What's going on, everybody? What's up? What's up? Archangel, Panda Bear, True Yellow, Toffinator, Nicholas. What's going on, y'all? Kind of chilling. There's Flanagan. Oh, I always start early, man. That countdown timer. I ain't waiting for that. I'm sitting here staring at it, watching it count down. You know? I want to play games. I don't want to stare at a countdown timer. I used to put it at 3 minutes, and then what would happen is I would have to pee or something, and I wouldn't make it in time. Anyway, what's going on, y'all? We are here with another AP reset. We started this one the other day. Today we're gonna use the mercenary. We're gonna do a bunch of nether archers. I've got them with, you guessed it, defense rate, anti-melee, anti-chaos. I'm using ghost arrows, mass destruction, and destruction. And gonna just get this alt AP reset going here. We're at 263. Actually, again, it's not right. Did I never do the... Let me look at my alt here. Oh, it looks like I'm actually ready to go to the Chaos 9 and then get to 300. So let's go to the Chaos 9. I don't sell mods. Unless I'm, like, hurting for gold. Not to pause South Park, oh no. I've been using Ghost Arrows since the very first day it came out. Very, very good shard. You gotta just make a decision. Do you want to hit more targets, or do you want to do slightly more damage? But yeah, Ghost Arrows is awesome. Awesome shard. I was probably the first person to use anti-heal Aura build, Panda Bear. I actually got a 10 out of 10 the day that came out. It doesn't matter. It's all trivial, Archangel. There's, like, practically no difference. But, I mean, for doing AP resets, you don't need to use anti-heal. It's just kind of a wasted slot. But yeah, I got super lucky on that one. I found a 10 out of 10 anti-heal on the day that update hit. Gotta love a little RNG when it's on your side. Doesn't happen very often, so gotta enjoy it while it's there. All right, and we are doing nether archers this time. So, how do we want to do it? I mean, the bounces will probably hit everything without any issue. So, why don't we try something like this? I think I just am not spending near enough. Thanks for following there, White Joker. Appreciate it. I feel like I'm not spending enough here. Let me see. Let's go 6 here. Something like that. I guess we don't need this in the middle, because we're gonna put reflects on both sides. Yeah, I didn't do the math here first. But it looks like we can put a whole lot of stuff down here. Gives me 100 left. Actually, that's a little overkill. Let's get rid of that one and that one. Then we'll go something like... No. Actually, I got enough DU just to give each side their own. Placement's a little suspect here, huh? Let's see if this works. This may end up just getting smashed in. Want to see here. Thanks here, Yellow. Appreciate it. I mean, they should just wreck. The thing I'm worried about is these side lanes. But I'm assuming the projectiles will bounce up there and hit enemies. That guy made it out here pretty dang far. Little bit suspect on this build. Anyway, what are y'all up to today? Well, I mean, if all you care about is the amount of HP, then yeah, it's an obvious choice there, Archangel. It's diverse power, diverse crit and crit, I believe. Diverse crit damage and crit damage on both of those. They're Spooky Noom. The shards are kind of a given. Destruction, boosted power. If you need more range on your boost aura, then use Deadly Strikes. If you don't care about the range, then use Vampiric. You just need to get one character set up, or one main defense set up, Tobias. Like in this case, it would be the Nether Archers. The buff beam, the boost aura, the reflect beam, none of those have to be min-maxed in any way for AP resets. If you just have one defense set up nicely, it'll be super, super smooth. What level are you now, Soph? Things start to feel really good as your build starts coming together. And remember, that game doesn't have like a path of building, but that last Epoch Tools website definitely has some pretty good info on it. Yeah, you'll no doubt be an empowered monolith by the end of the day. It doesn't matter what you use, Archangel. Use what you want. What barricade you use doesn't matter. If the barricade is set up properly, it's going to work fine. It really does not matter which one you use. The Mystics wall is arguably one of the worst ones in Chaos 10, though, because of the knock-up. You don't want enemies getting knocked up in Chaos 10. There's a solid chance they could come down on the other side of the wall, and then the wall becomes useless. But use whatever barricade you want. It does not matter. Remember, this is a free-to-play, rated all ages, casual grinder game. It's not about you know, you must meta this, you must meta that. You know, just have fun, play the game, use the stuff you like. If you set it up properly, it's gonna win. You're in Act 3? I'm sure you're probably farther. Well, I mean, I guess the first few levels start off really quick. DDA is all targeted farming. Sexic, you want fusion gear, so you go to where the fusion gear drops. It's all, like I said, it's all targeted farming. It's all set drops. It's not like you go grind this one map, you know? You can guarantee the piece you want out of victory chests in DDA. And there's lots of videos on YouTube about it. Well, I mean, you got to do Massacre Hardcore Rifted Mix Mode. You're guaranteed the piece, and then it's just RNG whether or not it drops as Supreme. Don't care whether it's Supreme or not, care whether it has the right stuff on it. A Supreme item that doesn't have the right rolls is worse, you know, than a lower tier item that has the correct rolls. Yeah, do need her difficulty. That's right. Bonus. I almost forgot about the boss difficulties. Make sure you're doing it on do need her difficulty. Thanks for subscribing there, Garuppa. What up, Next? How you doing? Skelly going the wrong way. What you doing, Skelly? Yeah, these side lanes kind of suck. Without putting anything up top anyway. Nice, Next. Well, you know how RNG is. You got to take it while it's there. It is not often kind to any of us. I should have just set up a turtle for this one. Or not a turtle, I should have set up a spawn camp for this one. Map runs too damn slow. Too damn slow. To turtle it. Well, I mean, I think it's still got a chance to be here by the end of the month. You re-roll mods where you have the mats. The lower you re-roll the mods, the cheaper it will be. So, I mean, the best tier to re-roll mods would be a campaign after an AP reset, but that means you would have to have a bunch of the campaign materials. So, I mean, re-roll them with where you got the stuff. You know, the gold feels like it's a big deal, but the gold is not the big deal. The big deal is where do you have the mats? You know, like for me personally, doing all these AP resets, I've got tons of pristine mats. So for me, Chaos 7, 8, or 9 would be the ideal place to reroll. Where Chaos 7, of course, would be the cheapest. But don't go out of your way to get it to a specific tier to reroll it. Just, you know, re-roll it with where you got the stuff. I think the Nether Archers will be fine for doing the actual reset once they get out of this expedition. But I definitely feel like they're a little bit slow for this map. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of think, I mean, we'll see what happens, but I kind of think the way Payman got all defensive on Wednesday when someone typed in chat, that means the update won't be here till April. If you read between the lines, he clearly got real defensive about it. And I think that means we're going to get the update right at the end of the month. Whether that's a good thing or not, who knows? We'll have to see how buggy it launches and if they're able to get the whole update to us this time. Remember last time they couldn't get the update done in time, and they gave us half the update. So, or I shouldn't say couldn't get it done in time. Nah, end of April is definitely not the update. It will be either at the very end of March or the very beginning of April. There is no published date yet, but it will certainly not be the end of April. I'm not sure who told you that, but that is incorrect. I mean, I wish it was the end of April, to be honest. Give the engineers more time to get the update dialing in. But yeah, I am going to guess, my guess would be Payman gets back from his little trip on the 27th. And then they announce update launches in 2 days or 3 days or 4 days or whatever. Well, it's just sadly, it's the nature of gaming. or game development in 2024. The developers, like the actual developers, the engineers and the game designers and stuff, they never ever have enough time. But hopefully that's not the case with this one. I mean, we'll have to see. I think it was aggressive for them to try to stick to that first quarter thing anyway. Because remember the last update, we didn't make it out to all platforms until December, which was 2 months behind. So, I mean, they had to have needed a little time to recover from that. The only game I'm really, out of all the games I play, the only game I know of where the developer takes all the time they need and the updates normally launch in like really, really good fashion is Stardew Valley. But that has the benefit of it's not a big company, or it's not a company period, it's a single developer. And, you know, he's the guy that decides when it comes out. He's also the guy that's coding it. He's also the guy that's designing it. So that's the benefit you get there. And he won't launch it until he feels like it's ready. There's a setting for it on PC. I'm not sure about consoles. If you go into your settings, there may or may not be a setting for it on PlayStation. That's the ice ring. That's that guy right there. The ring of ice. It's crazy good ring on just about every hero. And it adds a little bit of fun to the mix with the explosions. You know, I like the boom booms. All right. Well, that will take us to floor 300. Oh, we're going to have to go back to Tavern first. But yeah, it should be a fun update. We just got to wait for it, see what it brings, you know? The new hero, the artwork looks good. Hopefully, the hero is good. The fences definitely seem well themed. We'll see how they deliver. All right, what do we got? Anything? We get any loot? Junkie gun. Here's a 10. Anti-mini boss. Great. Just what I needed. Another anti-mini boss. I got a bunch of those laying around right now that I don't know what to do with. and nobody's going to be interested in buying those. Well, I mean, I get my frustrations just like everybody else does, Harris, with the game. It's, Dungeon Defenders games are an addiction. They really are. See what the alts got. Nothing good on the alt, boo. All right, so now we should be able to get to 300. We'll have to see how these nether archers do. I mean, they've got the strength to do it, to blast through everything and get the job done, but I'm just wondering if their function is good. Yeah, it's the same game. Grupadura, no changes in that regard. I mean, you can go back to the one in 2015. It's exactly the same still, you know. I throw out a new one for every couple of years, just because people would rather see a new date on it. But realistically, I could have went back to one of the older videos and just changed the title. No massive changes with the base game anywhere. All right. This one will be easy mode. What do we got? We got 800, and we basically have 3 lanes essentially. Goes something like that. That'll be fine. I'm not going to be able to do that everywhere. Here, we'll just go. We'll go 3 here. Not gonna work. That's 250. Yeah, it's fine. And then here, what do we want to do? We can throw them here. That way they snipe up into the entrance a little bit. All right, let's see how it goes. And like I said, I'm pretty sure it's going to just melt. It's Chaos 9 and Chaos 10 gear with proper shards and mods, so should be able to just literally do anything. Gonna have to start keeping an eye out for controlled burn again, though. I did that Nimbus reset last time, and you can ignore all that stuff. And I'm real good at ignoring that stuff. Oh, you know what? I need to get my knockups done. Maybe I'll add a little stun in somewhere today, just to be able to get my weekly done. I mean, all I got is the weapon, man. What do we got on that? Deadly strikes, defense rate. We have a vicious. Let's throw a vicious on that too. We'll get rid of that. That's 50. We'll get rid of one of those too. Get some of those stuns working so I can get my weekly finish today. I won't have to think about it. I think they're dying too quick. Am I getting any? Yeah, I'm not getting any. I need to move it up closer to the spawn. This one doesn't have very many mobs over here. I don't have a Huntress in a deck, though, and I don't want to swap. I'm just going with what's in my deck. The only thing I have in my deck that would work is... well, the EV. Either proton beams, and then I'd have to put another EV in. Actually, the freeze would count for proton beams. But yeah, not wanting to switch my deck. Yeah, well, I mean, no. Yes and no. You only get one defender pack per floor. So if you replay, like if you were doing floor 1 and you got a defender pack, you won't get another defender pack from that floor unless you do a reset. AP reset. So yes and no. But you don't want to farm defender packs. That would be... that's just not something you really want to farm. I mean, you'll get them as they come. But... I mean, that's a whole lot of levels of RNG on top of each other. Do you even get the defender pack? Then when you get the defender pack, does it even have anything in it that you could use? You know? There's no pity system or anything with the defender pack, so you'll get dupes all day. You'll get the same items over and over and over and over again. Let's see. Not getting a whole lot of them, but I mean, by the end of the day, we should be at 20,000. I just need to remember to throw a weapon man down everywhere. Or a proton or whatever. Oh, just DDA ruined it for me, Kylo. Having that 6 hero deck in DDA is just beyond awesome. So I just don't like swap. I mean, I've never really been a big fan of having to swap heroes in and out mid-map. Like, I want to set my deck up and go, you know? But playing DDA as much as I did and having a 6 hero deck, it was quite game-changing in that regard. I don't think the game could handle it. I think the back end would collapse. I mean, I don't know. Of course, that's a better question for one of the engineers. But my guess is DD2 could not handle that. But it would be awesome. I mean, I would have no complaints there. Assassin don't want to come out. There we go. Yeah, I mean, you could, but do you need 8 is the thing. It's a want versus need thing. I mean, realistically, I mean, this build here is what, 3 heroes? Realistically, we probably don't need the boost aura. And I could still get my weekly done with the Weapon Man, just with 3 heroes, or actually just with 2 if I got rid of the boost aura. So it's just, you know, I mean, just the nature of the game. In most cases, there's one main damaging defense. You do what you can to boost that main damaging defense, and then you add in support, you know, on top of it. Now, mastery mode, if you had 8 heroes set up, oh yeah, that would be super helpful. What's going on, Denzimar? How you doing? All right, what did we get out of that one? Only got a few hundred. I mean, if I plan for it in advance, I can get a lot more stuns out of the deal. That and this being Chaos 9 content is not, you know, any time where there's Drake and I'm not going to get the stuns. But we'll get there. We'll get there. We got the sewers on this one. Malachi's sewers. How the hell am I going to do Malachi's sewers with nether archers? We will figure it out. I could actually throw the weapon mans in up front for my weekly and then turtle it. Maybe that's the way to go. Oh shit. God dang it. I mean, I'm not even going to bother trying to salvage this. I'll just replay it. Note to self, drink coffee before stream start. Holy crap. Sure, we'll replay from wave. Strap the archers onto dragons. Oh man, wouldn't that be cool? Could you imagine? That's one of the cool things in Last Epoch with the minions. You can put a minion on top of a minion. There's certain minions that are designed to do that. There's 2 different minions where one of them, you put it on top of an enemy and it shoots out like a fire AoE, so all the enemies in the area get burned. But you can put it on top of your minion and it will make that minion do fire damage. And then there's another minion that you can put on top of it as well. You can stack them. It's super, super cool. very unique concept compared to what we're used to in ARPGs, you know? Alright, let's get our stuns. And then we'll just turtle it. How we want to do this. Couple there. Couple there. Couple there. Actually, probably I don't need all these boost stars either. One would handle it. All right, then we got what down here? Guess we just do these like this, maybe. Wrong hero. And then maybe a few over here. That leaves me 2. I'm 10 DU short. God, what a bummer. Always 10, right? Well, we can, you know. I mean, those are actually look like they're getting buffed. We can just move our boost stars in to smarter placement. Here, we'll just do this. That will free up more than enough. And now we got our stuns in. I think that'll work. It's a little suspect. I think it'll work. Destruction, boosted power, and deadly strikes right now. Now let's see our daily or weekly. Now it's going up a little quicker. Then when I don't need the range, or when I don't want the range on it, I pull Deadly Strikes out and throw Vampiric in. It's pretty generic. I mean, the thing with boost stars is you get 10% of the power passed us through, and 25%. Is it 25% or 20%? I think it's 25% of the crit damage, which means a min-maxed one and a mediocre one has very, very little difference between the two. So, you know, it's if you've got destruction and boosted power on both your boost star and your buff beam. Uh-oh, what was that? Uh-oh. We got something going on over here. Not sure what it was. Took some slaps, though, that's for sure. Yeah, but anyway, the difference between a min-maxed boost star and buff beam and like a mediocre one is just very little. You know, you're not getting a whole lot of pass-through on those stats. So, I mean, you want to get as much defense power and as much crit damage as you can. on both of those. And that's the only thing that matters. But it is just a small portion that passes through. "40 waves in and no chests. Oof. You'll get them there, Denzimar. There's days like that for sure. I mean, you'll have days in survival where you get them back to back to back, and then you'll have other days where you just don't see them. I thought that IDHC said it was supposed to be a 20% chance to be there. So the odds would be you would get one every 5 attempts or every 25 waves. So you're not really too far under the general odds. Assuming the bad luck doesn't keep going, that is, of course. It's different, Soph. I don't know if it's necessarily better, but it's more modern, and it's got more quality of life in it. PoE's a pretty damn good game, you know? I think the kicker is that it's an ARPG that's in the conversation. Because for the last, decade, the conversation about the best ARPGs have always been Diablo Path of Exile, period. That's it, you know? And now there's another one that's in the conversation. I'm surprised you waited this long to play it, though. It took a month of people telling Sophisticus it's an incredibly good game before he would bite. But, I mean, you know, not like you weren't playing. You had other stuff to play. What's going on, Ken? How you doing? Now I'm all protective of this core and nothing else has come this way. Oh, wow. You get a week? Get a week or two before moving? Well, I mean, that's awesome. I had one job like that once. When I worked for Pennzoil, the corporate folks were really big on, if they were forcing you to move to a new area, giving you time to acclimate to that area, which was pretty awesome. Because, like, I moved, they sent me up to Montana to convert Quick Lube locations in Helena, Missoula, and Bozeman over to Jiffy Lubes. And they sent me up there a month in advance before any of the deals went through and said, you know, get acclimated with the area, find yourself a place to live, all that good stuff. And of course I found, you know, I was in my early 20s. I found an apartment in a day, you know, so that was just a non-issue. And it was pretty awesome having a month to, you know, kind of check out a new place and all that stuff. I mean, that's fair. I mean, just having the time, I guess, is what I was getting at. Having the time for it to be comfortable. Because I've had other moves, too. When I moved from Vegas, I left Boston, going to Vegas. And it was get in the car, drive to Vegas, start work the next day. And I actually had friends come up from LA to Vegas that I knew to help me out. I don't even know what got me. Oh, it was a dog. I see that little dog right there. But yeah, I had friends come up to LA to help me unpack the moving truck. That way I could get it done really, really fast. And I had to be at work the next day. It was brutal. Focus power is the main requirement. And then, like on the Hunter, you've got that Lucky Strikes mod, which is pretty good. Basically, you got the choice of 3 mods. Focus power, you must have. Then you got Lucky Strikes and Bouncing Phoenix. And since I'm using that Blink King bow, I lose a mod slot. So I think, actually, on this bow, I probably have Bouncing Phoenix. Alright. Better kill the dog this time. Doggy bad. Doggy bad. Well, I mean, hopefully it all works out smooth for you. It's always a little scary moving somewhere without having a job set up in advance, though. That's for sure. I mean, I've moved a bazillion times all over the country, but I've always had a job already when I got there. And that was, it's a level of comfort. There's videos on my YouTube channel going through all the different ones. Spiffius, it's actually pinned right at the very top of the channel. Oh, shit. God dang it. Maybe the nether archers are not the way. Or I got to get rid of those stupid weapon mans, but I'd really like to get my weekly done. I don't want this to turn into the replay from Wave Stream all day, though. Me? Now? I drive for Uber. But I worked for Pennzoil for a long time. And then when I quit Pennzoil and went to work in casinos, and I worked in casinos for a long time. It's not your fault, man. I'm the one not looking at the screen, and it is not anyone's fault except my own. I got this monitor right in front of me with this game playing on it, and I refuse to look at it. I'll have to watch for the captain this time. Captain and a doggo. What's up, Reggie? How you doing, man? A bucket truck operator and a fiber optic technician? Dang. Here's the captain. And then we got a dog. A doggo from over here, maybe? I think the dog came from this lane. Oh, I knew what you meant. The guy that holds the patent for fiber optics, his kids were actually really good customers, real regular customers in the casino I worked at in Lake Tahoe. They were some spoiled ass brats, man. Let me tell you. He had a son and a daughter, and both of them liked their drinking and gambling and partying. And they had a whole bunch of money. A whole bunch of money to go with that. Oh, yeah. Funny thing, too, he actually used his fiber optic money. And there's some technology in... I don't know the full enchilada with it, but there's some technology that is used in all flat screen TVs and monitors that there's a patented part in that, and he used his fiber optics money and bought the patent for that. So he holds 2 major patents for major technology items, fiber optics, and then whatever it is for the flat panels. So that, yeah, I mean, dude is like super, super loaded. Billionaire. They've got a big, I mean, their house in Tahoe is like millions of dollars. I have no idea exactly what. I've never been in it, but you can see it. You know, and then that's their second house. Their main house is in San Francisco. So I think anybody from Chromatic Games, well, I mean, Chromatic Games makes the game, they don't play the game. So did they play Floor 999? Yeah, of course they did. Did they grind through the game to make it to Floor 999? Hell no. They stare at this game all day as their job. The last thing they're going to do is get off work and go home and play the game. I mean, there's zero chance of that. If in any game. I mean, that's just not how it works. You know? Now, if you're like a single game developer making your own game, then yeah, sure, you're probably playing it a lot because you don't have a testing department. All right. Well, nether archers are not very friendly on that floor. That is for damn sure. Oh, and I get the exact same floor again. What the hell, man? Game is just torturing me now. I got the exact same map again. What the WTF? Same as everything else. Defense rate, anti-melee, anti-chaos. Plug that on any defense that does damage in the game and you'll win. The pets were, I'm not sure you can still get them. I'm sure somebody in chat will know. You could get them from farming like the Harbinger. I'm not sure if they're still there, though. You don't need Piercer on it. Piercer would be a wasted slot. Controller, there's no crowd control. So crowd control would be a wasted slot. So no, both of those would actually be completely not functioning wasted mods. Let's just, since we had all that mess, let's just not go with the weapon mans this time. Can do basically the same thing, but I'm just not going to go with the weapon mans. And we'll throw... I don't know, maybe throw some werewolves in? Well, we'll see. If I've got DU left over, I will do weapon mans. Looks like I might have a little DU left over. See this, we can just take across this way. What does that leave? Leaves a big old fat chunk. So we'll set this up derp free. Yep, not enough juice left for that one, but that's all right. I can just sit there and shoot down that lane. I've got a super easy weekly. It's just a matter of doing it. Got a roller in there. Oh, is that a roller lane? We got a roller lane. Maybe I should actually look at the waves at some point today. We're what? 4 maps into the day and I've yet to look at a single wave. I mean, I am not setting myself up for success here. I don't use G macro, no. I mean, I'm playing the game. There's no point in playing it if you're... Or there's no point using a macro if you're actually playing the game. The macro would only be useful if you're AFK. So, that can go, that can go, that can go, and that can go. And we'll set these up. With a couple of gargoyles. We'll give that a boost aura and a destructive pylon. And that will probably be fine. Let me look and see if there's any controlled burn anywhere. No. Nothing there, nothing there. Alright, no controlled burn. So I got lucky on the controlled burn. We can just blast down this lane. Well, I mean, the game has just changed so much since then. Remember, that was before all these countering mods came into the game. Now there's a mod to counter everything. That, and we didn't have the power creep that we have now. Yeah. But yeah, it's, generally speaking, that's the first rule of Onslaught. Look at the lanes, see what's coming, counter the enemies. I mean, that's still the case today. I just got lucky and haven't gotten a controlled burn lane yet. So it's just slam. Pull up there if we can. Hitting shift to see the lanes. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, we never had to do it, really. Actually, that's not true. We had to do it before in the original game, before they reworked it to the current systems. When it was based off of Nightmare Tears, you would have every lane would have a resistance. It would have magic resistance, or it would have physical resistance. And then you'd build the lane based off of those resistances. But you also had skill spheres that you would pop into place that would change. Like, explosive traps were heavily used back then. I mean, they're still heavily used today, but they were very, very meta just for normal, everyday play back then. And you had a skill sphere, and you would swap your skill spheres in and out to change a defense between physical damage and magic damage. So it's always been there to an extent. It's just the Onslaught mutator system took it up a notch. I love this map, but I hate seeing the same map back to back in Onslaught. I don't know. We got 303 coming up next. That'll be a different pool. Skip this song. I'm gonna take this song off the playlist. I don't know what I was thinking when I put that on the playlist, but it sounds like 70s porn music to me now. 1980s era porn when Kenny G was in his heyday on his saxophone. This one kind of has the same vibe, huh? Yeah, I'm skipping this one too. I definitely need to refine the playlist a little. But yeah, back with the Piercer Servo combo, though, just because it's a projectile tower does not mean it needs Piercer Servo. You got to look at each individual defense independently. Piercer Servo I almost never use anymore, because the defenses I use right now don't require it. Like laser beam defenses don't require piercer. So if you're using anything from the engineer, piercer will do nothing for you. Nether archers don't require piercer. So if you're using nether archers, piercer will do nothing for you. So just because it's a projectile doesn't mean it needs piercer, you know? Uh-oh. Almost had a sneaker right there. There we go. All right. New map. They're all good games. Sumble, so, I mean, play what you're enjoying. You know, there's nothing wrong with playing any of them. They're all very, very worthy of many, many hours of play. I like whatever gets updated. So the game that gets updated is the game I play. Dungeon Defenders 2 is the most recently updated game, so that's the one I'm playing right now. I don't have a preference between the three. I mean, for anyone who's fully played all three games, like I had, the answer will always be DD1 from the majority of those people. DD1 is just a legendary game. Let's see, what do we want to do here? If I put them here, they're going to get dive bombed, right? Maybe? Yeah, I mean, they're all fun games that are all worth playing, you know? But DD1 is the game that started it all. It's also the most active as far as community goes and events and stuff like that. There's constantly things going on in DD1. Very, very active product. But generally, basically right now, or looking at like the last year, DD1 is the most active, DD2 gets the most updates, DDA is the newest. I should have set some spiders up, is what I should have done. Make this whole reset just go way, way smoother. I got a bullet sponge there. I think the nether archers will deal with the bullet sponge though. We'll take a look at it here. I'm not sure on that one. Then we do have controlled burn over here. Let's see. I mean, we can just do this to deal with the controlled burn. DD1 has an update pending, though. DD2 has an update pending. And DDA has something that we don't really have any information yet. But there's something going on with DDA as well. So, I mean, they're all still being updated. I mean, that's where all the old school players all started on DD1, and it was real popular. It actually, DD1 had more downloads on Xbox than it did on any other platform, as far as I'm aware. For DD1, it's all in that DDRNG Discord server. They don't use... I mean, the official Discord server still has a DD1 section, but most of the DD1 community is on that DDRNG Discord. And that's where, you know, as far as getting news on DD1, that is the place for playtesting it and everything else. Like DD1, they always have playtests of any pending updates. So, like, you can actually play the DD1 update right now, but it's going to be a playtest, so it's on the open version. It won't save to your ranked save file. For me, it was Orcs Must Die. I fell in love with the genre from Orcs Must Die. I didn't actually... Funny now, looking back, but I actually didn't like DD1 when I first played it. It looked like too much of a little kid's game, and it was too flashy. Too many lights flashing everywhere and whatnot. So I didn't really care for it. Well, I'm screwed here, huh? Yup. That was not enough for the controlled burn. I think what I'll have to do is throw a Weapon Man right there. That will help me with the weekly too, which I completely forgot about already. God, man, I'm just losing every map today. I gotta say, there's a big quality of life that comes with doing these resets with like the Dragons or the Nimbus. You can do it with anything, but you're going to go from like full-on AFK watching a movie mode to actually having to pay attention, you know? See, that's the thing that was the turnoff for me, was that crazy amount of balloon. The thing that drove me nuts originally about DD1 is auras were such a great thing, but I couldn't stand standing in an aura. Yeah, months and months and months ago. If you watch my YouTube channel, you'll see all that stuff. Panda Bear. I've done a bunch of different thick vines stuff builds many months ago. Alright, so if we get rid of that, that frees up 70. That's only one node, but that's enough. And then I do have water on this, right? Yeah, okay. So that will handle my controlled burn issue. And it will actually help with the flyers, too. When I started late in DD1, well, like I said, I played it right away. But Orcs Must Die and Dungeon Defenders 1 launched within 1 week of each other. Orcs Must Die was launched first, and then DD1 right after. So they were both really new games, and I just liked Orcs Must Die more. And then after I got, like, Orcs Must Die, well, it was actually Orcs Must Die 2, and this is the real big difference between the games. Arguably, Orcs Must Die games, generally speaking, usually run a little better, and they could potentially be designed a little better, but you're not going to get anywhere near as much gameplay hours out of them. And that's the main difference. Is Dungeon Defenders games, you're going to get a lot of gameplay out of. Like in Orcs Must Die 2, I remember hitting 1,000 hours played. And it was like, people were like, oh my God, that's crazy. That's ridiculous. Blah, blah, blah. And it was a big deal that I hit 1,000 hours played in Orcs Must Die 2. Where in DD2, you get to 1,000 hours, you're still a noob. All right, what is going on here? Why am I getting blasted so hard on this lane? And I don't have anything for the controlled burn in front of me. I mean, it's the controlled burn that's getting me, but, I mean, how is it getting me this bad? The Frosties do cook the weapon, man, but it's still going to get one shot off. It's not going to completely make it stop. It's just going to make its attacks slow down. It only needs one shot. To apply Drenched, you know? I mean, I could overcap it. I guess that would get it. Without rebuilding anything. That would be the easiest fix, I think. So let's just do that. Because we don't need all this range anyway. Oh, I actually already... Or no, I can't overcap it. I could go all for one and overcap it. And still get deadly strikes. That's the play right there. All for one. Where you at? They're probably all assigned somewhere. There we go. That'll give it the range and the overcap. Let's see here. The archers are taking some pretty cheeky shots, too. Oh, that's the problem. The archers are not actually shooting at him on the ramp here. They're only shooting at him down there. So I got to move the archers up, basically. That little bit of incline there is too much for the targeting. So we'll just burn this line. That shouldn't really be making a difference here. Oh, on your adept? The same as literally every other hero damage hero. So focus power, bouncing phoenix, and then whatever you want for a third mod slot. It's actually really good. The adept is going to be more about the weapon, not necessarily the shards. Like if you're using focus power and if you're using focus power and bouncing phoenix, you're going to have a drastically different result with using either you know, the 6.7 weapons. You want the Earth Guardian's weapon is the one you want. And the 6.7 shots per second, you're going to just blast with it. It's really, really good. A lot of people are super, super liking it. I don't know if Sophisticus is still here, but he was a big fan of that one. And I know Aramir's played it quite a bit too. It's surprisingly good. I mean, plus she's got that anime skin, which is just ridiculous. It's leaps and bounds the best anime skin. Well, I mean, the Earth Guardian is single target, but I mean, that's why you're putting Bouncing Phoenix on it. Bouncing Phoenix is going to give you the lane clear. Plus, it adds a ton of single target damage. But, of course, I'm going off of numbers. Go off of what you want to use. The Earth Guardians has the highest damage scaling. Plus, you get pretty good AoE clear just because you're melting the enemies so fast. So, it's by nature, it is a single target setup, but you're going to just burn everything instantly. So it doesn't matter if it's single target if everything dies right away, you know? What are we up to now? 7,000. We made a big jump. Big leap forward in progress. For wave clear with Earth Guardians is fine. I mean, I haven't used it personally, but I know a lot of people that have, and they're all using Earth Guardians. Like, nobody is swapping weapons. I mean, not many people swap weapons with any hero, but like bows, there's a good reason to swap weapons. The problem with the Malachi staff is the damage scaling is really low and the AoE blast is really small. So unless you got an area, like a situation like this, like right as the mobs are coming out, the mobs are close enough together where they're going to get the value from the AoE of the Malachi staff. But generally speaking, it's like, I mean, I can... As soon as we get to a break, I can tell you what the damage scalers are. Well, I mean, if you're not willing to get the weapon, then... I mean, what can I say? If you're not willing to get the weapon, then don't ask. Just use what you're willing to get. I mean, come on. Jesus, I can't believe I'm just getting annihilated here. You gotta put in the time to play with the toys, man. I can tell you the damage scaler here, though, now that I died. Give me 1 minute here to look it up. Artie puts all that information together, every update. Let's see if I can find it, though. Let's see. Staffs. The Earth Guardian staff gives you 8.04 damage per point of hero damage you have. 8.04. Let's see. What is... The Malachi staff is only 4.69. 4.69 damage per point of hero damage that you have. So it's a pretty sizable damage difference. So yeah, I mean, Earth Guardians just does way, way more than the Malachi staff. But can you play the game with the Malachi staff? Of course you can. So do what you want to do. But I mean, if you're not willing to put in the time to grind out the staff, then I mean, you're just not willing to put in the time to grind out the staff. You know, I mean, what more can be said, really? You got to do the grind, man. Got to do the grind. Let's see. Let's get rid of this and let's give it a little more power here since I'm choking so hard right here. That leaves me 20 left. I don't have a LSA set up. Oh, I do. Actually, it's not really set up proper. I mean, we'll throw it down. What did I have on that? Kind of junk, but get a little bit more power here anyway. Yeah, it's reset 33. You started that. But yeah, I mean, that's the nature of Dungeon Defenders games, though. Rizzle. I mean, that's the game. If you play a Dungeon Defenders game, you're wanting a grind game. You know, that's what the game is. The Earth Guardian staffs are the cheapest of the staff is the cheapest, I think, of all the Earth Guardian weapons. I'm reading YouTube chat. I'm just... Remember that you're not the only one. I got Twitch, Twitter, and Facebook going as well. So you got to bear with me. All right, so there's the problem. Controlled burn is not the drench is not affecting those enemies. This guy was getting drenched like a mofo because he's a frost mob. So I can't believe nobody said, "What the fuck are you doing?" But what the fuck am I doing? That's the problem. The frost mobs aren't getting drenched. DD2 doesn't have playtest, Denzimar. They may in the future. He's actually talked about potentially in the future, but there is no playtests right now. And I'm not going to answer the questions you're asking, JC. If you want me to answer your question, then ask something civil, for fuck's sake. What's up, Trix? How you doing, man? Annie, welcome, welcome. All right, let's get rid of this crap. We need to get poison in here is all there is to it. We'll throw one there. Let's see, what do we want to get rid of? We can get rid of this. That's 70. Get rid of one of these two. I don't feel like I need all of those there. That's 120. So now we can put down 2. I actually can throw... Actually, we don't need that. We'll throw another destructive pylon in there. And then here, I guess we can overcap that. So, then we can go... like this, and I won't have to facepalm the whole time. Hopefully not. Well, let's find out. I have not changed the hunter build at all since it came out, Densmore. I've played around with different bows, which I'm about to change again and go back to the original bow. The Earth Guardian's bow, you know? Another archer down. I lost something over there, and we got a little skelly or something rolling through. Huh. I don't know, man. Nether archers are so powerful, but I just don't feel like they're ideal for what I'm doing here. There was a spooter on the core. Ah, the spooters. Yep, I got spidered all up right here, huh? Gonna have to let that expire here. I probably need to just get my little spiders set up. I don't have a relic on them right now. I'm using them just because I wanted to use something different. But the problem is they're so niche. I mean, they're really incredibly strong. Like, if I was just farming out Chaos 10, they'd be like an ideal go-to. Alright, see if we can survive this stupid map. But yeah, definitely would not be on my top 10 list of... Oh shit, I actually lost the core in the middle. So now we lose again. Good lord. I didn't realize I had lost that core. I should probably spawn camp that lane. As long as that lane holds. Oh, this is the worst map in the game, there's no doubt. It's just, we had to grind it so much back in Chaos 5 and Chaos 7. Well, I mean, it's never chat's fault, though. It's always... I'm the one that decides I don't want to pay attention. Chat's not making that decision for me. You know? You can't blame chat. And look, I'm getting overrun again. Damn. Oh my god, this is becoming a chore. I think I'm going to ditch the mercenary. I just don't want this to be what my Sunday is. I was hoping to have a nice chill, a chill and chat day here. Not do 50-minute onslaught maps that I should be steamrolling. At least it's not 55 minutes. This is true. This is true. 55 minutes would be even worse. All right, what are we going to do? We got the center lane now. We got this issue here. I got that 20 here. I'm going to cheat. Boom. Cheated. There ain't shit getting through that lane now. And I can just happily pew down on this lane. Happy, happy pew pew times. I'm not... Well, a cannon ogre could kill that. I think that's the only thing that could kill that wolf, maybe, is a cannon ogre. Oh, look at this shit. Oh my god. Alright. Screw this mercenary. Jesus, man. I'm going back on it right now. I'm glad I didn't put mercenary in the title. I don't think the wolf died. The nether archers all got destroyed. Sorry, Merc. You can GTFO right now. They got dive bombed? That's possible. Rip mercenary. Such a powerful hero, but just not ideal for AP resets. I am yoinking your shit. Your building card has been revoked. Why is it not letting me sell? That would be a good reason. We going old school, y'all. You guys want to see the OG build? There's probably not very many people here that even remember this build, but we're doing it. All for one wave. We actually used to turtle everything here. We would put all the Nimbus right here. But people stopped doing that because it was just, the map would run quicker if you split it. Not enough for a buff beam. I can get rid of one and throw in a buff beam. You're on Act 6 now. No, there's 9 acts, Suff. You're over the hump, but you're definitely not there yet. I think the first time through, it'll probably take you like 6 hours from start to finish. Obviously, you're probably already 4 hours into it or whatever. But from start to finish, 6 hours, maybe a little longer, is pretty fair. I don't think I have shards on that tree. Looks like I got thick vines on it. I'm not sure I got anything else on it. Where the hell's that flyer coming from? Yeah, it looks like I got thick vines on it. Yay, finally. 47 minutes in, we got it. Well, not over yet. There's still one mob. All right, there we go. First try. I got my daily complete. I mean, shit, I should have just used that, left that weapon man there, huh? I'd probably have my weekly done too. When you're excited to see the key, the Lost Temple, you know you just had a rough experience when you're excited to see the Lost Temple. Right, why don't we get a giveaway going here? We'll start off with a juicy giveaway here today. We'll start off on Twitch, I think. Let me see. Yeah, we'll start off on Twitch. How about a hashtag juicy in Twitch chat? We'll do one on YouTube right after, y'all. So don't fret. And I don't have the ability to do them on Twitter or Facebook. So if you're watching there, I am sorry. Oh, I got shards on it. Thick, vicious, and deadly. Check the old loot situation out here. Oh, I got a 10 out of 10 on the alt. It is ability chip. Boo! I mean, we'll find a spot for it, but that's definitely not a hot mod. How about on the main? Did we get another 10 out of that? Some of these shards away here. Free up my dump bags a little. Nope, no 10s there. Well, I mean, fragile is unusable for somebody like me, though. I would take ability over fragile any day. I take too much damage. For the mod to shut itself off for 10 seconds every time you take damage, I mean, for me personally, I would have to hide in a corner somewhere. Because I'm going to take damage every 10 seconds, you know? Yeah, it could definitely be more. I mean, I don't think do I have any sitting here? What is ability? It's the same as a light chip, right? 55, 55, or is it not even that good? Do we have an ability chip here? There's one. That's campaign. Oh, there's... Yeah, it's 38, 80, 85, because it's going to be the same as hero damage. So yeah, it's pretty goddamn low. What, compared to 7770 on the usuals there. Definitely pretty low. Don't want these hex throwers getting any crazy ideas here. And we got some Rolos. Well, hi, Rolos. What did we have up here? Oh, that's way overkill for that lane. I thought we had a real lane here. Well, I'll just leave it, because there will no doubt be other spawns with all the cores over here. Alright, for the Rolos, let's just go like this. We got Geohex Zerker Throwers. We got a Mega Squad Delta. For this one, we can just spawn camp the whole enchilada right here. Maybe. Break-ins Barrage and EMP Stabby Boys. What do we got? Winter is here. I think we can do one big camper up here too, maybe. Here, we'll put this down here. Is that what I want to do? Yeah, I don't... Oh, saved by flight. You go, girl. Way to fly. No flyers, just the one lane left. Timmy? Go like that. And see how it holds. I think I might swap over to the Ring of Poison just to make controlled burn lanes easier. And as soon as we get to the end of the wave, we will pick a winner here. So get your hashtag juicies in if you have not already. Not quite enough juice here, huh? Oh man, I'm getting beat up everywhere. I don't think I have lost this many maps in the last 15 AP resets combined. I am having a rough day, y'all. Rough day. Alright, so we're not going to get to the end of that wave. So, I'll give you guys another 10 seconds. And the winner is... Dead Meat. Congrats there, Dead Meat. Let me know in chat what item you want. A DD1 item, a DDA item, or a DD2 item. And I will get you fixed up. Who sees it? You guys see what the problem is? Oh my God. What am I doing today? I had a feeling. I had a strange feeling. That may have been the issue. Let's go ahead and throw a relic on there. Crazy good idea, huh? What made it seem a little weird is I saw I had this Mass Destruction sitting there. And I was wondering why Mass Destruction was sitting in my bag. It's St. Patrick's Day show. I can't do that. How did I complete the last map? How did I get through Nimbus Reach with no relic? I don't know. Thick vines. I mean, what more can be said, huh? I think thick vines is what did it. Oh, wow. What a different experience. Good Lord. Well, he's definitely gonna die. Getting up is rough. Did you find? You didn't find 5 in one day, did you? That's crazy. If you did, holy shit. Jello got 2 back to back. That's beast. One in 10 billion? That sounds a little excessive. What's the drop rate on that supposed to be? 5%? I mean, I could do the actual math for you. 1 in 10 in 10 billion does not sound accurate at all. I would guess it's probably 5% then. It seems like that's the number that they use most of the time. Well, never trust the gold hacker would be rule number 1 in that conversation. You tried using Ember Mount? Ember Mount is an AoE. Remember, it's an AoE weapon. Well, I mean, there's a reason he's banned. I'm not going to get into sitting here bashing on him, but I can tell you he's banned from my channels. He is the enemy of the Dungeon Defenders 2 community, and if you think otherwise, you are not thinking right. Why did the economy get fucked? 2 reasons. The ancient power system and real money gold traders. So, you want to know why Mark sells for 100 million gold? Ask him. Because he's selling gold. And since all that's been made public, I will say it. But like I said, I'm not... I love the game. I've got a whole lot of love for the game. And people that hurt the game piss me off. So that's the only reason I say anything at all. But he's been publicly called out by the developers now. So, since that's the case, where the hell did the lane open up? Oh, was that it? High roller lane? Or, no, there it is. Cypherall's Vanguard Wompity Womps. Vanguard, we can actually throw that up there and get a little thick vines damage in, huh? Or Wompers, I meant. I'll watch it for a wave. I mean, he has sold 10 times that amount of gold for real life money, Panda Bear. I mean, did no one think that there was something odd every time that he had, 20 different accounts get banned over the course of the last year? I mean, it's a long-term thing. It was not a one-time thing. And, like I said, I don't even want to get into that. Just because, I'd rather this be a happy stream. What up, Kenji? How you doing? All right, let's see. Carnival Extravaganza. Just throw some stuff right here. Where am I overbuilt? I'm overbuilt somewhere really badly. Because I don't feel like I have quite... Right here I'm overbuilt, I think. Only 2 lanes. I got all this for 2 lanes. Let's take that out. Well, I mean, the difference there is real Rhea has grinded it out. Spends a bazillion hours in the game. If you grind it out and you spend a bazillion hours in the game and you do it legitly, you're going to make more gold than you can possibly need to ever use, I mean, think of how much gold you've made since the very beginning there, Panda Bear. I mean, it's an absurd number, right? A free time giveaway? That's the real, Oh, here I'm overbuilt, too. Yeah, I mean, 400 resets on an alt. That's crazy. Somebody needs to buy her a new game. She's gonna think that's the only game that exists. Everybody pitch in and buy her a new game, for God's sakes. I have no idea how much gold. My problem is I spend way too much. I will drop 50 million gold on testing out a weapon setup that I don't like and I instantly change back. I do stupid things with the gold. I probably got, I don't know, how much do I have? I got 130 here. How much does the alt have? The alt's got 155. So I got 280 mil sitting right now. My deal right now is I got a bunch of really good mods that I've re-rolled, and I don't know what to do with them. Relic mods. Like, I could set up a niche defense or whatever. Like, I've been actually doing a bunch of that, setting up niche defenses that I'll probably never use. What was that? Where'd the core take damage? That one? Weird. What core took damage? Or now it's not going to show me because it's going to get healed up. Willing to buy hardcore mode. That's good enough. All right, Dead Meat said DD2. Sorry, man. I didn't forget about you. I just forgot about you. My bad. Let me get you your winnings. Hopefully I don't lose here while I'm doing this. Right. I don't see it. Type something else in chat for me, Dead Meat, so I can whisper you. Type in anything. Type in Panda Bear likes big butts or something. Oh, there we go. You were much kinder than I would have been. I would have done the Panda Bear likes big butts things, but... Alright, I just whispered it to you, so just redeem that at the mailbox in-game. That was a very specific sentence. Uh-oh, rollers. Rolla. What, do you have a problem with big butts, Panda Bear? There's nothing wrong with big butts. Oh, like I was saying that's a bad thing. I wasn't saying that in a derogatory term, a derogatory fashion. There ain't nothing wrong with that at all. All right, YouTube. I'm logging into the YouTube Nightbot account now. Did we make it? We made it. Let's go with a hashtag juicy in YouTube chat. Hashtag juicy in YouTube chat. And we will give you all the juicy item of your choosing as well. All right. Last wave. Are we going to make it through the last wave, or will there be choke? Let's see. We'll find out here in a moment. Little sketch over here. Oh, little sketch right there by that big old clown slapping on cores and whatnot. Man, it's a rough day for losses. All right, that was the clown lane. If I ever load in. All right, what do we want to do? We got hex throwers there. We had issues here with our lovely Tuskars. Why don't we do this? And then on our clown lane, I feel like we're a little bit overkilled right here too. Let me get rid of one of those. We'll go like that. I actually can go one more, but where do I want it? Winner's here. You can drop it right there, maybe. All right. See, we have a little different result this time, hopefully. Nope, they're all up on this core. God dang it, man. This is not my day, y'all. Not my day at all. All right, looks like the juicies have settled down. So the deal with YouTube is, if you win, I don't have a way to instant message you. So you need to send me a message on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord to collect your winnings. And you get the choice of a Juicy Fruit Pet for DD1, a Juicy Mask for DD2, or a Juicy Fruit Pet for DDA. But you have to send me a message on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord to claim. So the winner is the Jackal. Congrats, the Jackal. Send me a message on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord to collect your winnings, and I will get you hooked up. All right, what do we want to do? That was down here, right? I don't know. Let me just hit the button and shoot at him. Hit the button and shoot at him. Where do we want to throw some upgrades in? What did we have? We had Yetis getting uppity. The Yetis were coming from right there. I mean, there's no reason those Yetis should have been having their way with me like that. World Tree down. There's another big fat old facepalm. Oh man, we're getting Yeti'd all over. Cannon Ogre's out the what? Yep, it's over. What the hell's going on here, y'all? Why am I getting rolled like this? I mean, it's like different stuff every time. I put a relic on. I can't use the no relic excuse. Well, I mean, it's normally the same lane every time. If it's the same lane every time, you at least know where you got to go to fix it. I got like a whole mess across the entire map. There is no one lane issue. It's the entirety of the map. Let me throw some upgrades in. I mean, I can just do this all the way around, right? We got hex throwers there. We got the cannon ogres here. We got regular ogres there. Those ogres should be getting slapped, though. We had this whole area got overrun by yetis. Sophisticus has given up already. I see that, Soph. I see what you got going there. My Steam pop-ups are working. No luck of the Irish for me today. That's for damn sure, huh? What mod are you playing? I still have never done a modded Terraria playthrough. A hybrid thorium calamity with a bunch of other cute quality of life. That's awesome. How come the missus hasn't been streaming? Need to ask her WTF is going on with that. You messaged me on Discord. See, I see it. Sending it to you right now, Jackal. Give me 1 sec here. There you go. Just enter that at the mailbox in game and you are good to go. Newborn is 2 months old. Wow, has it been 2 months? Oh, wow. You guys got all kinds of shit going on then, huh? Where this turnaround business came from on the siege rollers. But it's been since last year, I think, that started happening real regular. I don't know if I'm good enough for Thorium and Calamity. I think I would choke really bad and just get wrecked constantly. Slimes would be owning me if I tried to stack both of those mods. I like the thought of having more content for the game, though. Well, yeah, but it's down to time. Thorium is balanced around vanilla, but adds content. Well, that might be a good starting point for me, then. Yeah, practice makes perfect. Practice costs time. And I play way too many Dungeon Defenders games to have time. Might have to move the DD2 update back when the PoE League comes out. It depends, man. When is that live stream? When's the PoE live stream? I mean, this might end up being a skip league, especially after last league being so good. This could very realistically be a skip league. You know? I mean, I hate to say that, but I think that's very, very true. Yeah, Last Epoch is just really good. Well, I mean, they haven't revealed any information about it yet, I don't believe, have they? I mean, they are adding... the only thing they've revealed is all that quality of life stuff. Which, I mean, all that's great, but that... You know, I mean, I've gotten used to playing the game without it. I'm not going to play the game just for the quality of life. That's stuff that should have been done 5 years ago, in my opinion. You know? The problem is the last league was so good. With the last league being that good, you know? And then there's DD2 updates, the DD2 update coming. There's Last Epoch that just launched not that long ago. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff to play, is the thing. And... you know, let's be honest, right now, I mean, I think most ARPG players out there are kind of chomping at the bit for PoE 2. So playing a PoE league that's not wonderful will just be copium, you know? I mean, that's all it's going to be. Well, the difference is Last Epoch is new. PoE we've been playing for a decade. So yeah, I mean, I think PoE is better than Last Epoch too. But Last Epoch has got lots of things I haven't done yet. You know, PoE has nothing I haven't done yet. For me personally, anyway. I mean, if it's a good league, I mean, I will by all means play. But, I mean, the last league was so good, right? Yeah, but that's just when the game starts. Is when you get to empowered monoliths. I mean, everything prior to that is just warm-up. I mean, Diablo 4 will get better and better. It's just going to take a while. I mean, Blizzard doesn't achieve those things quickly, you know? The problem with Season 3 of Diablo 4 is it just wasn't anything new and exciting. The Gauntlet thing they put in is an absolute joke. They shouldn't even have bothered with that, you know? And as far as the league or the season mechanic itself, it was basically Season 2's mechanic with a different flavor. You know, it was still vanilla ice cream, but it had different toppings. Different toppings on the vanilla ice cream. That, and you got a game that generated $1 billion that still has memory leaks. That doesn't help things out either. How do you not fix that shit when you just earn $1 billion? Come on. Could you imagine what DD2 or DD1 or DDA or whatever would be like if it had $1 billion? I mean, my God. It'd be like the best games ever made. Yeah, that's exactly the deal. Rhoda, with D4. The devs that made the games that everybody fell in love with are all gone. And the current devs don't get it. It's not besides like the memory leak issue, that's obviously a straight up game optimization issue. But the problem with Diablo 4 is all the design team. I mean, the art looks nice. What they put in the game, for the most part, it runs. It's a design issue. And then being able to one-shot every mechanic if you decide to go with whatever the meta build. It's like the meta builds are not slightly better than other things. The meta builds are broken, With Last Epoch, the thing with me is, first off, the campaign doesn't want to make you want to choke yourself. Where in PoE making alts, I just dread it every time. I personally cannot stand going through that campaign in PoE. Now, once I get through the campaign, I'm very happy with the game. But that point of going through the campaign is miserable. Last Epoch's campaign doesn't feel that way. To me, anyway. I mean, I can sit down, I can knock it out in a day pretty casually, even experimenting with brand new things that I've never played before. RF is glorious. I love RF builds. But then additionally with Last Epoch is like the crafting system is super, super easy to understand. It still has enough depth to it, and there's enough grind in the game to, play through. I mean, for me personally, with my alts, it's Corruption 300. Before I make a new alt, I get the old alt up to Corruption 300. So, I play through the campaign, I play through the monoliths to get to empowered, and then I go to Corruption 300. And then that's when I usually decide whether do I want to keep grinding that character or do I want to try something different. And, lately I've been trying lots of different things. So I've got a paladin. Well, my Void Knight is Corruption 400. My Necro is Corruption 300. My totems are Corruption 300. My paladin is Corruption 200. That trapper that I started yesterday, without a doubt, I'm going to at least get to Corruption 300. And I feel like you can get to Corruption 300 within a few days grind, like from starting the character fresh. Where you can have that same experience in PoE, but you're going to need to have had a little luck or played the markets a little bit to make a little bit of divines. Like, I am very, very quick to play with new things in PoE. If I got lucky, Last season last league I played more PoE than I have in any other league because of just all of the currency. I was rich the whole time. I mean, I easily spent 1,000 divines last season, or the current league. Which, I mean, for me personally, I know for some people they do that every league, but for me personally, that was like a one-time thing. I don't ever expect to be able to do what I did last league. Now, I would love to be able to, but I don't expect that to ever happen again. And prior to the last league, with everybody being rich, shockingly, it's easier to play when you're having fun. Oh, that's very true. My second most played league is a league that I found a Mage Blood card. I love PoE's crafting system, but it's not very user-friendly, and it's very poorly designed. Granted, once you figure it out, crafting in PoE is the way to wealth. You're just gonna get a lot of riches crafting in PoE once you learn how to do it. But it's going to take you some time, and you're going to have to play around on Craft of Exile. you're not going to be able to hop in and instantly know how to craft in PoE. In fact, you're going to look at it and be like, what the fuck? But once you grasp it, it's the same thing with the skill trees. Like a first-time player looks at the passives in PoE and it's like, holy shit, this is crazy. But once you've done it a few times and once you've created your own build a few times, you know what areas of the tree that you're shooting for to get to. Do you want to be focused on clusters? Do you want to go fire? Do you want to go, melee crit or whatever? You know where you need to go. And that's just something that it takes a little while to get to, And it's game changing. Once you figure that stuff out in PoE, you likely are going to be absolutely in love with the game because it offers so much. But it's just getting to that point, I mean, my very first time, I did it on stream. Yeah, the VOD probably isn't still around. It might be. But my very first time playing PoE, I mean, I got to mapping, and I hated the mapping system so bad. I didn't understand the crafting system. The only reason I made it to where I made it through the mapping at all was because of viewers. Like, the map sustain in that league was so bad. It was so much a pain in the ass to clear the Atlas, And I would have never done it if it wasn't for chat saying, all right, we're tired of you whining. Here's, 16 T10 maps to get you started or whatever, And then the crafting in PoE is expensive, is the other thing. When you're getting into the crafts that, you're going to dump a bunch of divines into the rolls and then potentially not get the roll that you want, that's disheartening. That's definitely a little disheartening. All right, what do we got? But like I said, it's a matter of learning the game. And if you can get over that hump, you're going to fall in love with the game. What's going on there, Ultimate? Welcome. Finland, huh? Wow. I have never been to Finland. The furthest north I've been in Europe is the Netherlands, and the furthest south I've been is Italy, and the furthest east I've been is Romania. But there's lots of places around all those places I never had the opportunity to get to when I was traveling. What do we got? Nothing super out of the ordinary. We got any hex throwers up here? Nope. You simply jumped headfirst into PoE, somewhat blind. Hey, Fred. Good friends are so hard to find there, Cake. My other deal with PoE is I tried my own build the very first time I played, and it was awful. It's one game where I personally would say I think a player can get a whole lot of value out of using a build guide if it's their first experience. I don't say that about a ton of games just because, I think that's a big, for me personally anyway, that's a big fun part of the game. I am completely addicted to path of building. Oh yeah, Localholt does crazy big crafts, but he's got the luxury in that regard too, where he's kind of made a name for himself with that, so people will come to him for the big crafts, and he's not the one who has to come up with all the materials. But yeah, he does crazy shit. He does insane crafts. Once you get hooked on using path of building, like every league, I probably spend at least the first week. The first week of a new league, I spend as much time in path of building as I do in the game. It's such a powerful tool. And then Craft of Exile, I mean, that's the benefit you get in Path of Exile with the crafting system, is you can play around on Craft of Exile. It doesn't cost you anything. You don't have to grind out any of those mats. But Path of Building is quite addicting. It's such a wonderful tool. I mean, it's the best community-created tool for any video game ever made, I think. I mean, I know that's a pretty big statement, but I do think that's true. Your first one, I would say, goes COF, personally. Because the problem you're going to find is anything that's really good is going to be crazy expensive, and you're not going to be able to afford it. Where with merchants, you'll get like low tier gear or gear to use in crafting while crafting a legendary real easily. But the thing with COF is you get all those prophecies, and that makes getting those pieces a lot easier too. I mean, there will be niche situations, and it's one of those things. I've got characters on COF and I've got characters on merchants. And it's kind of just one of those things. Like, you'll have a character on merchants and you'll be like, damn, I wish this character was COF, because I could just go do prophecies and find this item that I'm looking for pretty easily. And then you'll have a character on COF and you'll be like, damn, if I was only merchants, I could just buy that thing right now and be done with it and move on, you know? It's good for getting builds started, but as your first character, though, you're not going to have any gold. And stuff is pricey. I don't know, this upcoming league, I'm probably going to go RF. I haven't played RF in 2 leagues now, which is like, you know, pretty unheard of for me. Well, yeah, but you're going to be flooded with uniques. I mean, finding the uniques you need are not an issue. I mean, I guess in niche situations, if you need some super rare unique to get your build functioning. But I mean, getting the uniques, for me anyway, has not been an issue. Getting trash versions of them. It's getting the 2 LP and the 3 LP versions that's a challenge. And then those are crazy expensive. Uniques are used in creating legendaries, so every build will have many uniques in the mix. Stuff. They are very important. There's quite a few uniques that are very game-changing. I mean, my Void Knight Spinny Boy, when I went from a 0 LP unique axe, 2-handed axe, to a 2 LP 2-handed axe that I actually got the right rolls on when I did the craft, was huge. I mean, I went from like having to be cautious in like corruption 200 to just straight blasting and not even paying attention through corruption 400. The Weaver's Will items are super fun. It's definitely a cool thing that they put into the game there. And those can be incredibly powerful early game, especially if you get a couple of lucky rolls on it. I mean, you can get a T7 on a Weaver's Will item. It's all RNG. Oh, wow. That would be so huge going through. And what's the level on those? They're probably like level 16 requirement or something. So you can start using them like within 30 minutes or whatever, start a new character. But the thing with them is they're just kind of fun. You know, it's one of those mystery items. You're not crafting with it. In most cases, you're probably not going to be depending on it for your end game build. But it's something that can be so game-changing for you if you get just one good roll, you know? I'm still using a Weaver's Will relic on my Void Knight, and my Void Knight has progressed farther than anybody else. It actually has nothing that rolled high on it, but every roll on it is good. You know, so I got like crit chance, void damage. I think I got damage, or I either got damage or resistance while channeling. I mean, for a Spinny Boy Void Knight build, it's just an incredible relic. And I just haven't found anything better. You know, I could find a relic right away that would give me more crit chance, but I'm already at 85%. So I'm not going to notice a huge difference, you know? And it's just got so many other benefits on it with the while channeling and the plus void damage, etc. That's the only... Now, granted, I've had a dozen Weaver's items roll with like one good thing on them that made it really incredibly powerful for leveling. But that's the only one I have that rolled every item. Literally every item is just best in slot, you know? It's that +1 to all Sentinel skills relic. So it's got +1 to all Sentinel skills, crit damage, either damage or resist while channeling, void damage, and then like crit chance or something along those lines too. Just turned out so good. But yeah, I'm still using that bad boy. I don't know what I want to do with the Void Knight, so I haven't been putting in a lot of effort into them. I'm either going to keep going with the path I've taken and min-max his gear, or switch over to a low-life build. The thing is the hardest thing on the Void Knight to really get set up is that two-handed axe, and that was the first thing I got set up. You know, I went for that right away. Oh shit, man, I forgot about my daily this whole time. Or my weekly. Dang it. I wanted to focus on that a little today. That Gates of Dragonfall map would have been perfect for it. Big bummer, big bummer. So what do you guys think the tease in the Dungeon Defenders world is? Augie said... Last week, Augie said that there's going to be big things happening over the next 2 weeks. Now, we know the DD2 update is coming, so we would assume that that's one of the things. But what else is there? We know a DD1 update is coming too, which is going to be one of the things. I'm curious if one of the things is something we're unaware of yet. Yeah, the Shard Vault's confirmed with the update. They said that the only way it won't be in the update, I wouldn't think there will be a DD3 announcement in 2025. I mean, it's possible. And we're going to need the Ascension level. See, I think that is... I mean, that just seems pretty far out there to me. I think that may be miswording or some sort of misspeaking. I mean, if we get a DD3 in the future, 2025, it might get announced. It won't be out in 2025. But I could see maybe an announcement in 2025. For sure. All right, what do we got? We got Orcish Horde. We got Omega Squad What's. We got a Hex Thrower. I wonder if we can do this whole area. What's the range like on these Nimbus? It's pretty huge. I wonder if we can do this whole area with one big stack. Seems a little crazy, but... Let's see. Let's put that there to help with this lane and that lane. And then we'll go something like that. And then we'll stack 17 million Nimbuses right here. And see if it will cover this whole thing. 17 million. Yeah, I'm very much not quite sure about that one there, Soph. And, love Augie to death, but he's never been the source of information. So I'm really, really unsure about that. I can't imagine they would rework the Ascension system. But, I mean, who knows? He's the CEO, not me. But in what game ever has the CEO ever been the source of the information? Is the thing, He didn't say. He just said that there's things coming over the next 2 weeks. We just don't know what they are. I mean, like I said, we know there's a DD2 update. We know there's a DD1 update, but is that it? I mean, obviously, we don't need any Ascension levels for a new hero and a new map. And you start at level 50 anyway. So... I mean, the Ascension levels don't really mean anything to anyone who's been playing the game for a minute. If you've been playing the game for more than, 500 hours, that double XP weekend isn't really doing much for you. I mean, it's great for a brand new player, especially one that's trying to get to the 250 Ascension level for their first AP. Definitely a big quality of life there. But I can't imagine there was a single person that's a veteran player that logged in for the double XP event. I always get lots of negative comments on YouTube about it. It's like, I'm not the guy. I didn't make the event happen. You know, it ain't my fault. It's not the event that you want. Let's see, let's yoink this mana here. And get this a little more AFKable. A 1% store weekend? I mean, they've done those before. I think that's something very realistic. Or a no tax is what they've done before. I think that's something very realistic that could come anytime. I mean, some of the events are already set up. Double XP is set up. Like, all they got to do is hit a button and turn it on. Double gold, already set up. All they got to do is hit a button and turn it on. However, they already publicly said that they're never going to do double gold again because it ruins. The economy is too ruined. The no tax weekend. Oh, it's maybe been 3 times in the last 10 years. So I don't know if I would say it's twice a year. It's been what, 3 times maybe total? Double gold was like twice. Double XP has probably been 3 or 4 times. I mean, there is no consistency at all in their events. I mean, they'll be the first one to tell you, you know. The prices in the markets are really bad right now. I mean, they're worse now than they've ever been, I think. I mean, I don't even look anymore. Like, if I'm in town, I'll, like, do a quick look through people's shops. But I don't ever go to town specifically looking for things anymore. It's just all too expensive. And people keep paying it. So it's not going down. You know, there is no the market will stabilize out. As long as people keep paying ridiculous prices will be the norm. Yeah, it's the same thing with me. I mean, I just don't go to town. Nothing good happens in town. You can go look at a bunch of terribly priced gear in other people's shops. You can go watch someone e-peening out to the kiddos over at the Target Dummy. Yeah, I mean, what else do you really accomplish in town? You don't get any crafting materials in town. You don't get any XP in town. You don't earn any gold in town. Unless you're the guy overcharging for all the materials or all the stuff. Well, then it wouldn't be a player-controlled economy. We did it to ourselves. It's a player economy. The devs don't want to intervene. You know, we are in control of it. It's all supply and demand, you know? If people are paying 10 million gold for a stack of motes, then 10 million gold is the normal price for a stack of motes. What the game needs is more players. More players would equal more stable economy. Swap damage is going for 30 mil on PS5. I believe it. Some guy left a comment on that Relic video I just did a few days ago and said, congrats, if you were on Xbox, you would have just spent 300 million gold. It's like, no, dude, because if I was on Xbox, I'd play the fucking game and get the shit myself and re-roll the goddamn mats, and I wouldn't be paying these fucking ridiculous prices that people are charging. Sorry, y'all. That was way too many F words for Disney's advertising policy. But come on, play the goddamn game and quit crying about the market prices. You know, you can re-roll at 0 re-rolls where you just hit a 10 out of 10 and you go all the way to the pity system. If you farmed the materials yourself, a 10 out of 10 mod costs you what? What's the number? It's like 8 million gold. At Chaos 10, the worst place you could possibly re-roll. So, I mean, there's no reason for anyone who is going to be willing to pay the game to ever pay all that gold. Or, you know. What's going on there, Samurai? I feel that the game has a good chance of attracting more new players. Well, I think the game brings in lots of new players because it's free to play, but I think the game doesn't do a very good job at holding them. And that's why we don't see a whole lot of new people come to DD2. Like, you see new people come to DD2 and they're here for a week, and then you don't hear from them again. So, I mean, a free-to-play game is never going to have a problem really getting new players. But how many of those players are they going to keep? You know? Well, it's an old game. It's time for a new one, is the deal, you know? I mean, the first time I played the game was a lot of current players were like were infants, literally. It's 11 years ago now. So, I mean, the game's been around a long time. We need DD3. That's the answer to all the things. But the problem is it's millions of dollars to generate a game, you know? Where are the millions going to come from? I mean, making a game is not cheap. And it's not fast. You know, look at games that... Well, I mean, obviously it's got all its issues, but look at Diablo 4. Major game release within the last 12 months. How long did it take them to make Diablo 4? And how much money did they throw at it? You know, it took them a decade to make Diablo 4. And that's with having publicly traded company funding. So, I mean, they spent hundreds of millions of dollars making Diablo 4. An auction house system would be awesome. But the problem is we are the people that created the issues. So even with an auction house system, that could potentially even drive the prices up even more. Now, I love the idea of an auction house system, so don't get me wrong. I think that would be incredibly kick-ass in a Dungeon Defenders game to have that. But in the current state of the game, where there's no middle of the road, you're either Jeff Bezos or you're a homeless bum. There's nothing in between, you know? That's the challenge now. All right, what are we going to do? Homeless bubs of Etheria unite. Oh, shit. Or I didn't take the mana yet anyway. I was like, God dang it, did I just do it again and G up? Well, no, they haven't. They started developing a Bloons-like mobile game. And then they just said, like last week or the week before, that game they have completely pulled the plug on. They didn't think it was fun. They play tested it internally. No one liked it. They didn't want to sink any more resources into it. And then they said that they're working on something entirely new. 8,692 developers, I believe it. They said they're working on something entirely new. Let's just put that right there. I mean, we ain't got to worry about anything here. And they also said that it's different and it's not what they originally discussed. So it's not a mobile game. Which, I mean, I didn't think it was a bad idea for them to do the mobile game. I know a lot of people, wanted a sequel to DD2, but that's just not a reality right now. I mean, like I said, a game like... I mean, look at DD2. How much money did DD2 cost to make? I mean, I don't know the number, but there is a rumored number. The rumored number is $18 million. $18 million. Million. How much did DD2 make? Well, I mean, I don't know the answer to that either. But I don't think it was $18 million. And that's based off of rumors, of course, once again. So nobody take that as fact. Awakened is definitely not a successor to Dungeon Defenders 2. But Awakened is not... I don't think Awakened should be completely dumped yet either. I think that they should do something with it. Because it's got a really good base. It just needed to be continued. It needed to be finished, I think that they really started off bad with DDA by choosing the art style that they did. I've been very vocal about that since the very first day it came out. Why can't you join with your alt? I mean, you should be able to. There's no reason why you wouldn't. I mean, you don't even need to spend money. You just have your main that you have spent money on do the invite. That was so widely mentioned, Reggie. I mean, so many people talked about that. And they still went with it. It's the Sonic thing. You remember when the Sonic movie first got teased and everybody was like, what the hell? What is that? And everybody hated the Sonic animation, and the studio went right back and changed the Sonic animation and design. Well, people screamed about DDA right at the beginning like that, and they never did anything about it. So imagine if that Sonic movie, after getting that initial public response, would have launched with that animation. Well, I mean, no offense, and not to call names or anything like that, but he's completely proven to be lying directly to the community. I mean, that was the best staffing change that they've made in ages right there, was eliminating that issue. Very, very dishonest person. You can't have a person dealing with the community that's going to straight up lie to the community. It's a real questionable art style. I don't know why they chose it. I tell you why they chose it. They chose it because of the Switch. I mean, remember, the game was being designed for the Switch originally. Everything else was an afterthought. They thought that that would be an art style that would be appealing to the Switch. Everything looks plastic to me. I mean, I personally don't care for the models, but I do enjoy the gameplay. And I play lots of ugly games that have great gameplay. So that's why I got so many hours out of it. And I hope they do something with it. You know what I would do? And I said this since the very beginning too. If I was them and I wanted to go back to DDA, one of the very first things I would do is add in the Dungeon Defenders 2 cosmetic DLC and make your characters look like they do in Dungeon Defenders 2. I mean, that alone, I think, would be a step in the right direction. And you want to make it even a bigger step in the right direction, make it free. You know, the Dungeon Defenders community overall is very mixed. You know, a lot of people love DD1. They love DD1 only. They think all the other games are trash. A lot of people love DD2. They love DD2 only. They think all the other games are trash. One thing that I think is, I don't think many people would disagree about, is that DD2 is a pretty game. It looks real nice. It doesn't run real well, but visually, the art style is very, very nice. And I think it was such a, you know, like a lot of people like the DD1 art style better, and everyone's entitled to their opinion, as they should be. But for my personal opinion, you can't go from DD2 to DD3 without it looking the same or better visually than DD2. So whatever they do next, it's got to be pretty. Because they got a real pretty game right now. You know? And that's one of the requirements they wouldn't have had if they would have stuck with the mobile thing. And like I said, it's all about passion. I mean, it's all public. It's all known. The mobile thing was Phil's deal. He was real excited about it. He was going to be the lead on it. And it was all his idea. Well, Phil doesn't work there anymore. So the current devs, playtesting, like Augie said, they tested that prototype and they didn't like it. Well, I mean, you got to like what you're working on, right? You're creating, you know, it's a work of art. A game, you know, game developers are artists. You know, obviously there's, you know, conventional artists that do the artwork. But a video game is a work of art, you know? And if they don't like what they're working on, how are they going to create beautiful art? They've got to like it. Or they're not doing the right thing. You know, that's just kind of all there is to it. But, I mean, I am excited to see what they do. And I know that there's stuff coming. I mean, they didn't dish out this many teases for there not to be something coming. You know, whether you love them or you hate them and what's happened, the various different issues that has transpired over the years, they're not just going to throw false hype out there without something in the actual works, you know? So, I mean, right now we're waiting to see what happens kind of stage. And I mean, I personally love the genre. I love the franchise. So I'm hoping it's something that's awesome. Do I have just as many negative things to say out there as everyone else? Absolutely. I can go all day. I can rant about stupid shit they've done and things they've done poorly literally all day long. But here I am playing them. So do I just need the STFU? You know? I mean, no one is really disputing the fact that there's been issues. But are those issues so great where you don't want another Dungeon Defenders game? Or do you not want to play the current Dungeon Defenders games? And if they are that great, then by all means, don't play the games. And we've all got that choice to make. No one is forcing us, any of us, to play Dungeon Defenders games. But I'm still holding on to that hope that there's something really, really good in the works. And they've done some teases. So we'll see what happens. We know what's coming. Some of the stuff is public. We know what's coming for DD2. We know we're getting that update on the way. We know that the DD1 update is coming. What we don't know is what's happening with DDA, and they teased that something is happening with DDA. And that's the big mystery right now. Well, I mean, that wouldn't be the thing, though. Sadly, that wouldn't be what happened. What would happen would be, if Chromatics sells the Dungeon Defenders franchise, it would go to a mercenary developer that would nickel and dime the living shit out of DD2 and would just take it as a cash grab. Because, I mean, let's be honest right now. How much would the Dungeon Defenders franchise sell for? It wouldn't be a huge, huge amount of money. So a mercenary dev could get into it for relatively cheap, and they would nickel and dime the shit out of it and turn it into a complete monetization nightmare. Is what would happen. Nobody would come in at this stage in the game and say, these games are so amazing, we want to dump $20 million into it. That's not real. That's not a realization at all. I mean, if it happened, I sure as hell wouldn't bitch. But I think that is so far beyond pipe dream, it's ridiculous. Personally. I mean, we don't know what Augie paid for it. Yeah, that number was never published anywhere as far as I'm aware. Well, I mean, that's something that none of us know. I mean, we know that there's been staff changes over the last couple of years. There's been staff changes over the last decade. And you also know that numbers don't lie either there, Jade. And what happens to 100% of businesses sold in the United States? Does anybody know what happens? 50%. This is a real number. If you look at every business that was sold in the United States, 50% of the staff does not make the transition. So its selling would not be good for the staff either, because most of them would be unemployed. I mean, rightfully. If you're a game developer that's got money to buy another studio, you're going to want your own people. You're not going to want other people, you know? What am I doing? Do I really need that? I don't think I need that. What do we got here? We got an ass-loaded DU is what we got. Might as well spend it. Well, you realize too, the makeshift thing they didn't make any money off that. Plushies? I mean, that's a marketing thing. No game developer makes money off of that. So a lot of gone overseas. The staff will probably be out of work. Well, I mean, that's what the mercenary devs. You know, I'm not an expert in the game development world, but I have spent a whole lot of time in businesses buying and selling, and I am very, very on a corporate level educated in that department. Been directly involved with it. But a mercenary developer is a developer that will buy a either buy or get hired to take over a game just to milk every last drop, so to speak, out of it. And that's what a mercenary developer does. And I mean, I'm sure there's probably instances of it where the game has improved from it. But I think for the most part, that's not always a positive experience for the player base. Jesus. At some point, I got to actually build something. All right, I put Nimbus over there already. Well, I mean, all games eventually die. Unless it is like one of those go down in history games as greatest games of all time, like, you know, say like old school RuneScape or whatever. Every game dies eventually. That's just how it goes, you know? Well, I mean, if they sell the IP, they're not going to make another Dungeon Defenders game. They would make something different altogether. I mean, I don't think that'll happen. I don't think that's... I really don't think that any Dungeon Defenders player should worry about that. I don't think that's a reality at all, that the game would... Well, I mean, Minecraft was not sold to a mercenary dev either. It was sold to a major corporation because it was so successful. That in Minecraft, too, one of the things that made Minecraft last so long is the community. Mods are, you know, I know that Minecraft is on all platforms, but what really took Minecraft to the next level? It was the community. It was the modding community. They made Minecraft what it is. It's kind of like DD1. DD1, the community development team, made DD1 what it is today. All right, did I put stuff down here already? It's like I did, so I need stuff. Or no, I got stuff there. I think I just need to do this area. Fortnite made so much money up front, it doesn't matter what happens to that. That game was so financially successful. I mean, look at, you know, and I really have enjoyed the game, so I'm not trying to jinx it or anything. But the CEO for Pal World is already talking about how he'd be open to an acquisition. And it's because they made so much money, he would be fine with saying, okay, give me so many more millions, you take it, and I'll walk away with this fat stack of cash. I mean, they made so much money. They said it took $7 million, I think the number that they shared was. Took $7 million to make Pal World, and it made, you know, what, 700 million or whatever? I mean, that's a pretty crazy return on your investment. I didn't see the video. I was going by what he said in his posting. It's because it's one of those legendary games. I mean, what did they do to make it go up? I mean, I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with old school RuneScape to know what they did to make it go up, but they did something, or somebody did something to make it go up. But then you also have games that get a ridiculous peak later on without even having an update. Like Stardew and Terraria both had their peak online players ever last year without an update. It's like nothing happened, and the player base peaked. And it's two absolutely legendary games that will be some of the best games. Those two games are of all time going to be a couple of the best games ever made. They're just incredibly good games, you know? So I'm not sure. I don't know what brought the people up, but I mean, I personally know a whole lot of people that play old school RuneScape that will not play another game, and that is their game. And they log hours in that every day, and they won't stop. It's a little frustrating when you're trying to get them to play something else. I've got real life friends from the casino that, particularly DD2 directly. Like, I'm like, you guys have got to check out DD2. It's so much fun. And they're like, yeah, okay, we'll check it out. And like, they played through the campaign and they're like, yeah, cool game. And they went right back to old school RuneScape. You know? Efficient hours bust. Jeez. RuneScape made a major PvP combat change to their main game, which a huge part of their community boycotted. Brought the OSR servers up to satisfy the community. Yeah, I'm not familiar with any of that stuff. I never played it. I'm afraid to play it now, seeing how many people are so crazy addicted to it. I was, back in the day, like the first game I really got into was Ultima Online. Besides, like, arcade-style console games. I used to only play, pretty much, mainly I'd play arcade-style console stuff. You know, the Gauntlet, or, you know, we had a lot of racing games, stuff like that. Damn, that's crazy, Jade. I'm actually not a boomer, if you look at the age brackets. But I'm old. That is for damn sure. Boomers didn't get any good games. In the era of the boomer, I mean, PCs weren't even around when they were teenagers. By your number of boss kills over the game. Damn, that's crazy. Well, I will never play it, Jade, just knowing that you have 6,000 hours into it. The last thing I need right now is another game that I'm willing to put 6,000 hours into. I'm scared. I think the only way I ever put that many hours into a game again will be if it's a Dungeon Defenders game. Or if I ever started playing World of Warcraft again and it felt like the old World of Warcraft. Not even close to your total hours. That's crazy. Let's see. Holy shit. That is insane, Jade. 991 days? You know, it's kind of almost damn near embarrassing to even mention. I think I might have that much time in World of Warcraft. No, I didn't say it was a standard. I said that's what I have. You misunderstood what I was saying. I was giving you my numbers, so I was telling you how many resets I have. And the person who was helping me with the resets was Aramir. And that's why I said it was an average between AP 72 and AP 74. Because Aramir helped me with a bunch of those numbers, and he's got 74 resets. How many ancient power resets you do is a completely optional thing. It's, in its entirety, no wrong answer. It's up to you. You pick the number. How many times do you want to do it? You know? Really, really no wrong answer there. I mean, for some people, that's 1 reset. For some people, that's 200 resets. For some people, that's 50. And there's literally no wrong answer. Yeah, I mean, you want to do at least 1 just to get to the caps, you know? But on that same note, if you don't want to, it's a video game, for God's sakes. You're supposed to have fun. So if you don't want to do it, don't do it at all. In old school RuneScape, I believe it. I mean, there's entire companies running off of just Path of Exile, and that's nowhere near the player numbers. I think any game that has even a respectable amount of players, that has a market where people would spend real money on gold, there's always going to be somebody making money off of it. You make more per hour bossing than a minimum wage job. It's crazy. I mean, I believe it, though. I'm at a point now where, I mean, I'm by no means an expert. Currently craving peach lemonade and pickles. Yeah, there's something seriously wrong with you, Ken. The peach lemonade, I get it. But pickles, too? In combination? Did you check to see if you were pregnant? I made a lot of money off of World of Warcraft back in the day. Can confirm. Yeah, that is just the oddest combo to be craving. I mean, like I said, the peach lemonade, I get that. I mean, I kind of want some peach lemonade now. I mean, I don't dislike pickles. I just think that's a real weird combo. Peach lemonade and pickles, man. Oh, I got a fire chip on the alt. Boo! That's 10 or 2 10 out of 10 mods today on the alt, though. But it's a fire chip and an ability chip. That sucks. It's the other way around for me. I personally don't really dislike pickles. My wife hates them. So with that in mind, my mother-in-law likes pickles, so we still have pickles in the fridge. All right. We can probably do one tree here, huh? I mean, do we want to do one tree, though? Is the thing. We went one tree. That's 300 left. Man, I don't feel like this is a good setup at all. Oh, what's going on with my boost tire? There we go. One tree, and I got 3 stacks. That was probably a mistake right there. This allows me to at least get a destructive pylon in everywhere. I don't know. I like doing this lane down here. And then spawn camping everything. That's probably what I should do, huh? Ah, screw it. It's already built. What's going on, Cyblos? How you doing? Already built. We're going to go with it. Yeah, it looks like it's fine. I don't know what I'm craving today. I wonder what we're going to have for dinner. We usually have a pretty good Sunday dinner. We got it's me, my wife, and my mother-in-law. And, you know, the mother-in-law's a bit older, and a lot of older folks like that whole Sunday dinner thing. The whole Sunday family dinner business. I wonder what we are having. Looks like that core took a shot right at the end. Yeah, it did, huh? I think it was just that shaper. All right, Reggie, well, enjoy your Burger King. That's we don't have Burger King here. Not that it's like some incredibly good food, but you know, when you can't have it, you crave it. We don't have a Burger King here where I live. I mean, there's some in downtown, like in Spokane, but it wouldn't be very fast food if I drove all the way to Spokane for it. We don't have it In-N-Out either, which is criminal. Burger King really does. Well, all fast food places do for the most part. McDonald's, their franchise agreements require a pretty heavy regulation. Burger King can really go either way. It really can. Like if it's because they're all franchise locations. So, like, you might have an owner in one town that demands that the businesses run well and are clean or whatever. You might have an owner in another town that doesn't give a shit as long as they're pumping out burgers. That's all they care about. So I think there's definitely a lot of variation. I think as far as consistency, like nationally, McDonald's is probably the only one. Which I don't think is necessarily... I mean, I don't think McDonald's is good. But in most cases, you know what you're getting. You know? There's no surprises when you get a McDonald's order. I don't eat very much fast food. Part of it is I've got a wife that was in nursing or in the healthcare industry for years and years and years. And she doesn't like the unhealthy stuff. But, yeah, like a Baconator. A Baconator is a great call from Wendy's. I mean, you know, it's got a shitload of bacon on it. You can't go wrong with that. I like the taste of Burger King's burgers as far as like the flame grilled thing. I think overall In-N-Out is probably my favorite. And you know the thing with In-N-Out? Their French fries are fresh cut, and you see them cutting them. Like there's a dude over there in the corner smashing potatoes, you know, into French fries. So you know it didn't come out of a freezer bag. And then their vegetables feel really, really fresh. Like their lettuce is always crispy. Their tomatoes seem fresh. I think that's what gets it. It's not that their burger itself is better than anybody else, but I think their French fries are really good, and they're fresh, and their vegetables seem really fresh. And I mean, as far as Wendy's goes, like with the Baconator, I mean, we all know it's all about the bacon. There is nothing good, even remotely in that, but it's got a shitload of bacon on it. You like Five Guys and you make the French fries a poutine? That's fair. I've never had a good poutine. Can't eat it often, it's so bad for you. I get the guilt side of it too, and because like if I say I want to go, there's a small family-owned Philly cheesesteak place here. Yep, in Washington, nowhere near Philly. But it's a family from Philly that had a restaurant in Philadelphia making cheesesteaks in Philly, so it's kind of the real deal. Or it's as close as to the real deal you're going to get living in Washington State all the way across the country. But if I go there and I get a Philly, it's going to cost the same amount as me buying a nice steak in the grocery store. And it's like, you know, I mean, we all know that the number one reason fast food exists is because of the convenience factor, you know? There is no value in that as far as quality of what you're eating versus money spent. It's always going to be something higher quality if you just go to the market and get the stuff and make something yourself, you know? But then you got to go to the market and you got to make the thing yourself. That's the hard part. But I'll get that from my wife quite a bit too. Well, I mean, if you want to spend $20 on getting us this for dinner, why would you not just go to the market and get, you know, this, and this, and we can just cook it? It's like, yeah, that's fair. I mean, unhealthy food just tastes good. It's just, I mean, kind of how it works. It's someone's cruel joke. You know, no matter what your religion is, if you're religious at all, if you believe in a higher power in any sort of form, food is a cruel joke. The best tasting things are so bad for you. You know, and then in the fast food world, of course, it's not all even the best tasting. It's just that convenience thing. Convenience is greater than all. Oh man, we got the sewers again. Crazy how many repeat maps we're getting today. No 10s, no love. We don't have, that's one of the things I miss from the UK for sure. We don't have very, anywhere in the US that I'm aware of that's kebabs. No one. I mean, I'm sure there's someone, but nowhere where I've ever lived. And it's so common in other parts of the world. What do we want to do? We want to... I mean, I'm not really set up for it, am I? Actually, I am. I got my thick vines relic on right now. And get a little upfront damage. Can actually throw stuff up in here on these, and they don't get smacked. We'll fill in with the rest. Get a little thick vines action going here, though. And what do we want to do? We got what? Shit, 900 and change. We got lots of leftovers. No, it's for the thick vines shard. Getting damage. Using them for a little upfront AoE damage. It's, and then I've got the anti setup on it too. So a little bit more. I mean, it's not a ton of damage, but it'll be a nice little bit of AoE clear, basically. I got two different tree setups that I use. That is one of them, and then this is the other one. And I kind of go back and forth with what I use. This one's got the range. I like using it for AP resets because I got the range mod. I got the range godly roll. And then for straight up face rolling, I'll use this one. And then this one, of course, can go on any other wall and get used. And then I got this one for walls that attack. So that's I got 3 wall relics, and that's the ones I personally use. Right, is it gonna hold? Yeah, for me on the fast food thing, though, it's just... I mean, I'm almost never, like, really craving fast food. But I do appreciate the convenience of it, you know? It is very, very convenient. Thank you so much for subscribing there, Toogs. I do appreciate it. Wow, the Thick Vines is doing more than I expected it to. I mean, there's stuff dying before the Nimbus even get there. Popeyes I haven't had in a long time. I don't know if it's still the same, but you know what I always liked at Popeyes? Was the red beans and rice. These are still usable, Mercadian. The Nimbus is going to slightly outpower them, but the bees are definitely still usable. I like like I said, it's been so long since I was at a Popeyes. I've lived up in the Northwest for a bunch of years now. We don't have a Popeyes here. The Baconator is so small in the UK. What would I call the worst defense in the game? That's a tough one. Let's see, the worst defense in the game. Trying to think through all the heroes here. We don't have Chick-fil-A's here where I live either. God, I'm trying to picture it. What is the worst defense in the game? No Nando's. None where I live, anyway. I'm not sure on the Northeast, maybe. All we have for chicken sandwiches are the regular fast food places and then KFC. And KFC is crazy expensive. I wouldn't say the flamethrower tower, because the flamethrower tower is actually quite good. Dundalk, do you live in Maryland, Rizzle? Or are you speaking of a different Dundalk? I don't like KFC's prices, is my main problem with them. It's so crazy expensive. Oh, I told you the story a couple streams ago. Yeah, I grew up in that area for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'm having a hard time putting together what the worst tower would be. I don't think it's the flamethrower, though. Church's Chicken is like like Burger King in the quality aspect, I think. Some of them are really good. Some of them are just how the business is being run. It's just dirty or not, it's not the same quality everywhere you go. What's going on, Taylor? I don't know. I'm trying to think through all the defenses and naming a worst. I don't know why this is so hard for me today, but I'm having a real hard time naming what I would think is the worst defense. The firework cannon, I think that's a candidate. I mean, I guess in that regard, the flamethrower would still be a candidate. And it's not like it's that bad. All of the mercenaries' defenses are quite good. I think Crystal Hammer. Hailstorm. I think the Hailstorm would be the one for me. I think that would be the worst defense in the game. I think all of the mercenaries' defenses are good. I think all of the hunters' defenses are good. All of the Lavamancer, or the... Not the Lavamancer, the... Well, yeah, the Lavamancer too. I think all the Lavamancer defenses are good. I think the Countess defenses are all good. Well, the problem is there's just not enough utility to go with it. And being that its counterpart is a utility defense that is situationally quite powerful. Railguns are incredible. You think the engineers' defenses are horrible? I strongly disagree. Railguns are incredibly powerful, but they require proper usage because they have a target priority, and that's a lot of people don't want to mess with that. The magnetic knights are incredibly strong. I mean, the little pew pew tower, as cool as it is, I think that's the weakest one. Yeah, I mean, that's true. And that's the power creep speaking. Every game that has large amounts of power creep, AoE wins the day. Because you just don't require the single target damage anymore, you know? Nice there, Gonzalo. Well, thanks for watching, man. Sonic Bat does need Piercer. Weirdest thing. Why would that need Piercer? But it needs Piercer. Thematically, if there's any defense in the game that you would think would not need Piercer, it would be the Sonic Bat. Oh, yeah. I mean, the only thing that would change that is if they just switched off when the chieftain went immune. The Drakenlord's pretty trivial because the what's the shard called? Bloody Strikes? Is that what it's called? Yeah, Bloody Strikes counts as an ignite. So it makes dealing with the Drakenlord just a non-issue. It's like having a Burning Strike shard, basically. But, I mean, on that same note, you add a Burning Strike shard to any hero, and it makes the Drakenlord just completely trivial. Plus, it does really good damage. HD Huntress was never a bad option. It just got outclassed by 100% crit chance. And the Hunter brought the 100% crit chance to the party. Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the problem when you take away the strategy of a map and you add in individual countering and immunities. Unless it's a game where like Bloons, it works out real well. Because even though there's different mobs with countering and immunities, is Hunter better than Monk? I mean, the Monk is the best support class in the game. So I guess it depends situationally. I do more DPS on my Hunter than I do my Monk, but does that make my Hunter better? For today, it probably does. But like if I'm playing with a friend, I got no problem with being the booster. I haven't heard. Has there been a tease that they're reworking the Drakenlord? I haven't heard anything about that. Maybe it's something I missed. But I literally have heard nothing about reworking the Drakenlord at all. Now I wonder if those Wind Shapers are going to throw out that core. I guess we'll find out. I mean, I don't see why they would rework the Drakenlord. It's a pretty trivial mob to counter. I mean, just with basic building, Ignite as a combo is so incredibly good. It's a raw damage boost. Fitting Ignite into your build is always, always, always going to give you a gain. And that makes the Drakenlord just completely trivial. Can anyone else confirm that? I haven't heard anything about reworking the Drakenlord. Like I said, I just don't even know why they would. That might be a rumor there, Della. That may not be any truth. Well, every brand new player does have oil, though. It's the Huntress. There's no player that doesn't have a counter for the Drakenlord. It's a matter of knowing what the counter is. Which, I mean, the same could be said about anything. If you don't know the counter, you don't know the counter, you know? There's only one Cobalt there. I mean, I personally don't think that's a bad idea if they removed it from the campaign or adventure mode. I mean, I wouldn't see any harm in that. You know, if anything, you know what, let me leave that here. If anything, it would only gain. But on the same note, there's no one doesn't have a way to beat the Drakenlord because the Huntress oils with no shards, level 1, nothing. Well, not at level 1. You wouldn't have the ability unlocked yet, would you? But there's not really an issue with countering it. It's just a matter of knowing to. Learning experience, you know? One of those painful learning experiences that we all get to go through. But anyone that's ever followed my channel or has ever looked up how to counter the Drakenlord, that was like a day one when he came out video. Throw an oil flask on him, call it good. I mean, everyone has had to, you know, sadly, you learn everything in DD2 outside of the game. You don't learn anything inside the game, or you don't learn much anyway inside the game. But for the people that are looking outside of the game for information, that's all pretty... It's all out there. And then they give you Burning Strikes now, too, as part of the... Isn't Burning Strikes part of the new player questline now? Or is it not? I thought it was. Yeah. Yeah, so you get burning strikes too. You don't even have to farm that one. Just completing the new player quest line, you get the easy peasy, lemon squeezy, ignore all aspects of counter to it. Yeah, Oil Flask in Phoenix. I put that video out the day that map came out, the day it launched. It's like the Siege Roller, too. I mean, so many people have trouble with the Siege Roller because they just sit there in the front of it and spray it down. Yeah, that shard works with nothing. There's no oil required. Any ignite works. That shard provides ignite. It's just if you don't have anything else, ignite is oil and fire. But if you have an ignite already, any ignite works. The gargoyle, the little gargoyle tower on the hunter gives an ignite with the shard. That works. Feel free there, Taylor. Don't ask to ask, just ask. Does Torchbearer give an ignite? I don't know if... I never used Torchbearer. I think Torchbearer should be a cosmetic, not a mod. In my personal opinion. If it ignites, it should remove the bubble. Yeah. Oh no, World Tree down. What? I put it there hoping to get a little of that, a little bit of that damage in. Looks like it's back up now. I mean, for something, I think the answer for almost everything in Dungeon Defenders 2 would be some sort of an in-game, like, what do you call it? Like a in-game mob list or defense list or just some sort of in-game utility where it would go and it'd have like a full text description on everything in the game. I mean, just looking even at the defenses now, like the best description anywhere in the game for defenses is when you make a new hero. You know? Those are literally the best descriptions anywhere in the game of each defense. Yeah, like a bestiary type thing. But also include defenses too, not just the enemies. Do I know what I need for C10? In what regard? You mean like mods and shards? You would use just your C9 stuff. The meta for C10 is use walls and then any other damaging defense. So if you slap down walls and then use damaging defenses and you're in C9 gear with proper shards, you're going to steamroll C10. Yeah, Last Epoch has that section that's really, it's got literally everything. And they did a pretty good job with giving information that a lot of game companies would not give. Like actual percentages and stack limits and stuff like that. You don't find that in a lot of games. So there's the Drakenlord, no oil anywhere in the picture. And he's dead. I did one earlier. I've only got one, well, I got 2 sets of cat ears to give away today. I'm going to do one on YouTube and one on Twitch. Probably relatively soon. I didn't realize the day was creeping away here. So probably won't be too far off. What floor am I even on? I'm on 312. Time flies when you're killing goblins. Poor little goblins. They didn't deserve all that. We'll go like one more map, and then I'll have it head out to tavern, and we'll get a couple of giveaways going here. Slap some walls down then, Taylor, and use your angry Nimbus, but throw down some actual proper walls. I don't think there is, Jade. I'm pretty sure there's not. Well, then somebody would have to really put work into the wiki. I mean, I know there's people that try to get it up to speed now, but it's still very lacking. There's not many game wikis that are completely dialed in for any game that I've seen. Most forgotten wall is the one from The Apprentice. I don't know. Some people use that. I think the deal there is not. I think the deal there is not many people have an Apprentice in their deck, and it's that you would have to go out of your way to use it. Is the main problem there. Wild West. Let's see what we got on the old Wild West. No more 10s. Yeah, I mean, I just think the deal is The Apprentice has got some of the best looking skins in the game, too. I mean, come on. Look at this thing. Is that not the most incredible looking skin? I love that thing. And look at them all. So many skins. That's a good looking skin. Dark Arts is your favorite? I used to really like this Masquerade skin, but wrong one. That one's got an interesting vibe to it. The Scarecrow skin looks pretty good. Where's Dark Arts? Trying to think of that one now. Magma Mage. Let's buy the booger one. What's the booger one, Jade? The booger one? I would assume that's the booger one. No? Fairy in black. Plexus. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's a great looking skin. It is a great looking skin. I got mixed emotions now. I like this one, and I like that one. Now, part of that is because they're both new-ish, so it's something different. But I think that one's got a cool vibe to it. Yeah, the Dark Arts has got animations too. The mouth stitched shut is a little creepy. That's one of the old premium skins. Like the old premium skins were this one, like the Monk Lightning skin. This one. And what else was there? I don't really remember what all the old premium skins were. All right. Did I check my inventory? I did not. Oh, yeah, the Fire Huntress. I don't know. For me personally, I like the stuff that has different things going with it. I feel like the Hunter could really use some skins. I think this new skin looks pretty good, but my favorite Dryad skin is the Plexus skin. I mean, that's not a very good example of it. I've got it looking like a clown here with all the caster's flares on. But I think the Plexus skin looks good on the Dryad. I think the Plexus skin looks really good on the Mystic as well. We got Rolos up here. We got any controlled burn or anything weird? We got the hidden lane here, we got to remember. So we could potentially have a little controlled burn there. We got Bullet Sponge. Let's see, let's deal with the Zerkage here. Or the Rolos. The Rolos. Probably a substantial amount of overkill there. And then let's see. What have we got left? We got almost 1,000 left. Not quite. That leaves me 260. I'm not running any combos now. I got no combos anywhere in the entire build. No real reason to worry about combos when you're doing AP resets with an alt. You're just, you're just way OP. So you don't really have to do any combos anywhere. The Reflect Beam's just holding Destructive Pylon is why I put it up there. And I built it like that just in case the hidden lane here has cyborgs. And in case they decide to slap on it. So that's why I put it there. But yeah, it's just holding Destructive. Where were we? We got 40 left. We get one more buff beam, I guess. The Monk Plexus. I mean, to be honest, I don't dislike any of the Plexus skins. I mean, I don't hate the hair. Does that one have options? No options. I mean, it would not be my go-to skin, but I don't hate it. The pants have I wish I could zoom in right there. The pants actually have a texture, like kind of like a satin finish to them. I mean, they are some fancy pants. There's no doubt. They are very fancy pants. The Juice Bags head flare has been in the game for... I don't know, maybe 6 years? 5 years, 6 years? They're real similar, Cake, but like Watermelon mentioned, the Nimbus counters everything. You don't actually have to look at any of the lanes. Like the Dragons, you get a controlled burn lane on the Dragons, you're pretty much screwed. Assuming you didn't notice it, that is. But they are real similar. They're similar enough where I would say just use whatever you want. If you like the Dragons better, use the Dragons. It's not going to be enough of a time savings. This is what it takes, like 5 seconds a map to look at the lanes. Generally speaking, the Nimbus does slightly more single target damage and the Dragons do slightly more AoE damage. I don't remember. I thought I'd been using this one for ages. Was there a monk skin that I used a lot prior? Oh, this one? I did use that one a lot. You know, the only thing I don't like about that one is the size of the head is so enormous. It's a big old head. Lots of juice up in there. I think the Hunter needs more skins. I think the Countess needs more skins. I don't think any of the original 4 need more skins. They've got so many skins. The Barb has got too many skins. The problem with the EV2 skins is that the differences are so small. You know? Like a lot of the skins, when you're looking at it like as gameplay is happening, like, you know, say we're here on our EV killing rollers, you're not even going to notice what skin you're using. They just look very similar, you know? I don't like many of the Mystic skins either. I like that Plexus Mystic skin. But I don't like any of the other Mystic skins, really. I mean, this is the new skin, right? Is that the newest EV skin? Or no? I don't know why I'm even using this one. It's not my favorite skin, really. I think for the EV, I like, I like this one, but it just doesn't, like, on this screen, I think this skin looks awesome. But you just don't see it, when the map is running. I think this one looks pretty cool. The Plexus skin on the not with this combo. I think I did that to look like a clown. I don't know why I would put that rabbit mask on that. But yeah, lately I've been going with this one. I think this one goes well with the cat ears. Yeah, that bubble one. Well, the deal with the bubble one is there was a time, I don't have all the skins now, but there was a time where that was the last skin in the game I didn't have. I don't know why I made it look like a clown. I'm not sure. I mean, there was some reason for it. It was probably joking around with somebody or whatever. The Lavamancer, too. The deal with the Lavamancer is my favorite skin for the Lavamancer is that Tron skin. And it looks so good with no flares attached. Now, part of that, too, is because I'm a bit of a Tron nerd. I love that movie. I've always been a bit... That in the Tron game, way, way back in the day, before any of you all were born, was a pretty awesome game. The vanilla skin with the horns in the spine. I really dig that Tron skin. I think that looks awesome. I mean, it's probably due for a Tron reboot. I think that last one made money, didn't it? That last Tron movie, did it flop or did it make any money? That is, I probably got it equipped right now. Yup. No flares. Oh, actually, I got the glasses on, but besides the glasses, no flares. Oh, actually, I got the spinny things, too. So I guess I do have some flares on it. What was this one I never got? Oh, the zombie one. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of that one at all. The Plexus one here, too, looks good. Jade said she likes this one for the spine. Those are options. Yeah. The spine and the horns. But overall, I do like this one is my favorite. I don't know. I just think it looks good. It's sleek and clean. It's nothing, that's all loud and, there's no standing in town saying, look at me, when you're wearing that. But I just think the overall design of it is good. I mean, all the skins really look pretty good. I feel like they could have done a little better with the anime skins. Other than the Adept, of course. She looks like an angel. And then as far as flares, I think most of the flares, besides the carnival flares, they're all there for a reason. Just to be carnival-ish looking. But as far as flares, I think the only flares that I personally feel like just look bad are those mastery tiaras. It's like an oversized princess tiara. I absolutely hate it. Yeah, well, I mean, I think the old skins there was a big art team and probably several passes made on each one. Lots of different feedback going into them, etc. This flares look so bad, Suf. I cringe every time you put that on thinking it looks good. It literally looks like you're wearing an oversized princess tiara. Like if you took a princess who had a really tiny little head and a tiny little thin neck. Who was that chick in the Pirates of the Caribbean? Knightley? Is her last name Knightley? In the OG, in the original Pirates? Keira Knightley? Does that sound right? If you took Keira Knightley with her tiny little neck, and then you put like, 2-ton dumbbell on her head, that's what that skin feels. That's what that cosmetic feels like to me. Such a tiny little head and a tiny little neck with a princess tiara that looks like it weighs too much. Stacked up on your biscuit. That's what those look like to me. I told him that before those were even launched. I don't know if I can get away with saying that, but I just said it. Trendy entertainment is no longer in existence, so I will go ahead and say that. I said that to them prior to those updates becoming public. I'm like, dude, these look fucking awful. It looks like a princess's tiara that was blown up, oversized. Do not make these to Mastery Rewards. And they were all like, what are you talking about? I told him up front, y'all. I told him. And now the only person you have who's willing to wear one is Sophisticus. The original flares, I don't think look bad. I think that the new flares look terrible for Mastery. I mean, I've literally never seen anyone use those. I think the original flares looked okay, though. I mean, the problem is what do they match with? That's a problem with a lot of flares in the game. X-Glint's Serpent Belt. The flare itself looks so good, it matches almost nothing. Like, it doesn't match with any of the cosmetics. Or any of the skins. Well, I mean like the Chaos 9, Chaos 10 flares. But speaking of flares, let's do some giveaways. Head on out to Tavern here. Yeah, when I said new, I meant the newest, not new as in brand new. Uwu Ears, the Theater Mask, Pizza Wings, and Zeddy the Teddy. Good Lord Cake. The Countess skin, the Countess only has one good skin in my opinion. That's the new one. The Defender Pass skin I think looks good. But it's so seasonal themed. Like, I'm going to use that skin year round because I think it's the best looking one. But like, that's a Halloween skin. You know? I mean, are you going to use your Halloween skins year round? If so, then yeah, that one's great. Oh, Jesus, does the cat ears go on top of the head flare? Oh my God. Don't make me do it. Oh, you can't even see them. They are engulfed by the orange. Looks good on the Barb and the Hunter. Well, I'm not gonna go over to Mr. Ooey at all, but the Barb belongs with the straight up meth dealer skin, in my opinion. Best skin for him. The skin that speaks the most truth. It's not the Plexus Barb, y'all. That's a typo. It's the Meth Barb. Meth Barb. Right there. What else was it? The Hunter? This is gonna look awful with this setup. You know, the Hunter, the problem with the Hunter is he's got a tiny little head. Yeah, I don't know if I can do that. I don't think I can do that. I think the Hunter just needs something with some different colors. You know? Like, everything is so, color coordinated, I guess. As far as the base skins. I guess this one's got more contrast to it than the other one does. The Plague Doctor. Like, you can see the different colors of the different thing. The Plague Doctor thing, I think it looks cool, but I think it's too much of the dark stuff. Well, let's get a giveaway going here. Let's see. So we did the first one on Twitch last time. So we'll do the first one on YouTube this time. So give me a hashtag cat ears in chat on YouTube. Hashtag cat ears in YouTube chat. Oh, I got no problem with pandas. They put a panda skin in. I will sport it just for you, Panda Bear. They give us a panda skin. Now, if it's for the barbarian, I'm not going to use it. But if it's for any other character, I'll wear a panda skin just for you. You guys know I don't do Barb. Can't find it in my heart to stoop that low. A panda pet would actually look amazing. A little baby panda, that would be an incredibly cool looking pet. You need to petition for that shit. A little baby panda, that would be like the cutest thing ever. The Barb is incredibly good, Gonzalo. I don't play the Barb just because I just don't like melee, for the most part. In third-person games, I very rarely play melee in any game any third-person game I play. It's all turned into a big meme though with me and the Barb. So the Barb is incredibly powerful. But, I mean, the bottom line is I don't play Barb because I don't like melee in third-person games. Cake, it's just terrible, but so funny. And build suggestions? You would have to... Where... They got a suggestions thing, don't they? Twitter... Or feedback? Where is it? Let me see. Forums... Feedback and bugs. You would put it under. You would want to put it under feedback DD2 in the feedbacks and bugs section. That's a great idea. I mean, the thing is you might want to put it under. You might want to post it under a different. They're gonna know why you want a panda bear pet, panda bear. But I think that would look incredibly cool. A little baby panda, that would be an absolutely amazing pet. Anyway, here we go, y'all. Good luck to everyone on YouTube. As I mentioned before, if you win on YouTube, there's not instant messaging, so I cannot instantly send you your code. Which means you need to contact me on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord to claim your reward. But here we go, and the winner is Pascal. Congrats. Just in time, too. It's rigged because it didn't say Sophisticus. So, Pascal, send me a message on Twitch, Twitter, or Discord, and I will get you hooked up. And now, let's switch on over to the Twitches, and we will get a little giveaway going there, too. Give me a second to get logged in, though. Giveaways, keyword. All right, give me cat ears in Twitch chat, y'all. Cat ears in Twitch. Thank you so much for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Give you guys a couple minutes here to get that entered in. I got to get rid of this blue ancient power icon. The purple and the blue just don't match real well on my alt. Oh, nice, Sibless. Yeah, you can send me a message on Discord or on Twitch. I know you got me on Twitch, too. Let's see. Oh, shit. There is a new Tron movie coming. Aramir just sent it to me. It's scheduled to release in 2025. Oh, damn. We gonna get more Tron. How weird. Jared Leto is one of the big producers on it. That seems odd. Because he's not starring in it. Or is he? He's probably going to star in it too, right? He'll star in the movie and then he'll be a producer as well. Give you guys another minute here. Long enough for me to claim my Christmas pet and moan and groan about it because I want the pet reroll materials or the pet upgrade materials, not necessarily that. Well, let's see. Are we gonna get pet rerolls? Let's see. Or pet upgrades. Yay! We got the good one. I would have taken that every time, happily. And never taken the pets. All right, here we go. So good luck, y'all. And the winner is Wiggly Duck. Congrats there, Wiggly Duck. Say something in chat. Let me know you're still here. And I will get you a some lovely cat ears sent right over. Right. So, grats to you, Wiggly Duck. I just whispered it to you. Just enter that in at the mailbox end game, and that will unlock your cat ears. Baby panda pet sitting on her shoulder like the other pet just flying next to you. A bamboo stick that he holds. He attacks using it like a blowpipe, shooting small darts. That would be super cool, man. I think that's a great idea. I mean, that would be an awesome, awesome pet. I don't think anyone would complain about that. So now you just need to get 1 million people to upvote it for you. Does that work off of upvotes? I'll upvote it. Yes, that is bad, Cake, that you read Bamboo Dick. That is horrible. Let me see. Let me get that upvoted here. How's it at? Feedback and bugs. Feedback DD2. I don't see it. Or you haven't put it in yet. All right. So, I'm going to be playing a little more DD2 tomorrow. Shooting a large amount of darts in a row that deals poison damage over time. That'd be cool as hell. I'm going to be live again tomorrow, and I'm hoping to have 2 more sets of cat ears and then maybe a theater mask to give away tomorrow as well. So we're going to get that going tomorrow, but that is going to get it for me for today, though. Not yet, Merkham. We're still expecting and kind of waiting on some kind of DDA news, but we don't have any right now. We've got a tease, but no actual news. But yeah, anyway, thanks a ton, everybody. Let's see who all we got streaming. We got Harambe streaming. We got Beardstain is streaming. Hanzo, Solarite. Let's see. Let's go ahead and we'll send you guys over to Harambe on Twitch. But yeah, anyway, thanks a ton, everybody. Have a absolutely wonderful, wonderful rest of your weekend. And I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow we'll do something a little different. Grind out a little something, something. But anyway, thanks a ton, y'all. And I will see you soon. Take it easy.